Morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I see someone mentioning me? What? Oh, okay. Anyways, let me pull up the Never Trump Guy national anthem real quick. Let me go ahead and bring over my chat. It is going to be a little bit of a funky day, just because we're doing some one-on-ones. Who is it? Mr. Grassroots Hegemon, amongst others. There have been several others who have said, you need to talk to Kalinda, you need to talk to Kalinda, you need to talk to Kalinda. So we're doing that. We're doing that. I hope you're doing well, though. Sorry if it seems like the vibes are off, but the vibes are indeed off. Been doing lots of crazy cleaning crap. Been doing lots of organizational crap. Doing lots of banana crap. Nothing sexual. So, is what it is. If the vibes are off, the vibes are off. It is what it is. But let me chat load. There we go. Christian Blairs, good morning. Jeb Kush, good morning. Who is Terrifier? Somebody in chat who was like, I want to pick your brain about this. And I was like, all right, cool. Let's do that. Then, let me go ahead and OBS is being funky right now, but that's okay. That's okay. Let me pull up the JD Vance Never Trump song. Let's do our morning ritual. Guy TikTok song. What? There we go.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never 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 liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never 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 liked him.
Yo. I accidentally listed it at 1 p.m., but Terrifier is saying noon is better. Yeah. Noon works. All right, cool. Well, let me just check in with chat real quick. Oh, where's my face? There's my face. Full cam. All right. Let me just hang out with chat until Kalinda's ready. So, Christian Blair says, good morning. Jeb Kush says, good morning. Who's Terrifier? Miss Deck? They were in chat a few, I don't know, last week or something like that. And they were like, hey, I want to do a 1v1. How do I do a 1v1? And I was like, hey, this is how you do a 1v1. And then they followed up and DM'd me. Christian Blair says, replace the flowers with swords. Good call. Yep. Hell yeah, we're all sad, lol. Let's go. Let's go with the sadness. Don't forget to like as you come in. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for support yesterday. Grassroots and, well, Grassroots oiled like crazy on Monday. Grassroots oiled a lot yesterday. And then Doobie went crazy. And then a bunch of chippers went crazy. So yesterday was pretty good. What happened to your normal dancing video intro? I can make it again. It's available, but that's something that I actually made and uploaded to StreamYard. So I would have to, like, I don't know. I would have to find the original copy, or I would have to download an old stream, you know, that kind of thing. So I can. Shoot, I could make a real one. So I'm a never Trump guy. True. Kalinda chat today? Yes. Yes. Who is Terrifier? Community member who asked to talk about things a little bit ago. Demon King Draco says, good morning, Connor. Good morning. Hope you had fun ambushing Doobie yesterday. Anonymous Chatter says, hi, face. Yeah, true. You're going to interview Art the Clown? I wish. Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember. True. Effing hell yeah, I'm about to lock in. Wow, you're very excited for the Kalinda combo. Wow, you need to change your white balance. It's so orange, lol. How? How? So do I need to go to, somebody DM me about that. They're like, hey, can somebody from DGG come help you with your white balance? What color do I need to make it? Because, like, I can open up split cam. And split cam. Can I show you? Maybe y'all could help me do it real quick. Split cam. Settings. No. I'll share it with you in a second. Let me just find the actual thing. Effects or chroma key. So hold on. Let me pull this up for you. So here, look up tables. They have a Black Hawk Down setting. That's funny. Should I do cinematic? Cinematic's more blue than it is orange. I could do Martian. Cinematic actually looks okay. But the color and light, if I was going to leave it on the original, I was just going manual and setting it to 5500, which is generally considered neutral. But where's the temperature setting? Where's the because I did the lights at 5500. The lights are at 5500. And this red, green, blue, brightness, contrast, gamma, exposure, highlights and shadows, temperature. Well, I could do that. Now I'm blue. Now I'm blue. If I were a guy, I would die. I'm blue, baba dee baba die. That's funny. That's actually really funny that you were like, do this color balance thing. Well, now I'm back to orange. This isn't working, guys. I kind of want to go back to blue though. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna go to cinematic and be purple. I'm gonna be purple today, and we'll figure it out tomorrow. Oh my god. Let me take a look at it. Thoughts on the Illinois primaries? I don't know. I don't know anything about anything. Who won? Who won? Christian Blair says, please make it again. I imagine those were dancing youths that to be a part of the cog. Okay, fair enough. Wow, you need to change your white balance. It's so orange. Well, now it's purple. Now it's like weird red, purple, blue. That's fun. I like to change the pace. We should switch up the opening regularly like a new to the season. True. Thoughts on Illinois primaries? Meh. White balance is in your camera settings. You can camera this. I would love to set the dancing video to people. Okay. Is it set to Trump? No. I did suck that I had to have such a massive delay, plus my headphone was dying. Oh, okay. Talking about Doobie, I assume. I was just going manual, tried that. What do we think about Chinese oil tankers crossing the Strait of Hormuz and 2,500 Marines deploying? They're going to murk the anti-ship units? Maybe. Maybe. Marines are oftentimes a deterrent, so they effectively like threaten people with their existence, but they don't always deploy. Are you using a cannon? Yeah, I'm using a cannon. Bisexual lighting, please, please, please. Oh, well, there you go. Turn off those color styles and adjust in camera. You can adjust these nuts, bro. Listen, let me serenade you. Let me serenade you with the beauty of my voice and ignore my visual aesthetics, okay? We'll work on my visual aesthetics over time, but just let my sultry voice just serenade you. Speaking of which, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little fussy today, so I don't want to be like fussy at y'all. I kind of just I want to be fussy at some content, I suppose. So since we still have, oh hi Grassroots, thank you for the 20. I guess we only have 10 minutes. Your lights and camera are not matching color temperature wise. Okay, well I guess we're just gonna sit here for 10 minutes and mess with the camera because number one, you guys are talking about it. Number two, Kalinda's going to be here allegedly in 9 minutes. So I guess I could still screw with the camera. Let me DM Kalinda real quick and see if she's going to be ready to go. Blah, 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 blah. Kalinda. Will you be ready in about 10 minutes? Question mark. Let me see what Grassroots had to say. Grassroots says, I feel like my strategy of slinging loaded cargo ships out of trebuchets over the Strait of Hormuz is undervalued. I agree. You could even take the crew out of the ship before you trebuchet them across the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that's, the cargo gets across the strait relatively intact. The crew's still alive and has the capacity to sail. I don't think that's bad. I think that's fine. Also, I'm still warming, I vacillate on universal basic jail every single day. Sometimes I'm like, oh, freedom is important and we should all be free. And I love freedom and freedom is cool. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm a total libertarian, conservatarian about it. And then sometimes people talk and I'm like, you know what? Nobody needs freedom. Freedom's overrated. T.S. Fanton says, Connor's one guy like Destiny with his audio. All right. Well, let's try it real quick. Let's open this up. So let's go to the split cam, which is the way that I use my camera. Let's go to the... Would chroma key? Chroma key has to do with color, doesn't it? Okay, so smooth edges doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. Frames, artistic, sharpen and blur, color and light. So what do you want me to do here? Dynamic contrast. There's no temperature. And the temperature is just blue and red. And I'm assuming there's got to be a setting in here in the middle. Should I be gray? Should I be a little orange? Tint amount. Ooh, purple. I like purple. But now I feel like I look blue and purple. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being blue and purple, but what the hell am I supposed to do? My link is for how to change a white balance on a Canon. Why can't I just do it here? What's the problem? I'm literally just clicking buttons because you guys are like, I told you how to do it in the other software. And I'm like, meh. That's not doing anything. That's not doing anything. That's not doing anything. That might look a little bit better. Hey, I fixed the white balance. All right. Brightness. Color balance. Red. No. Green. No. Blue. No. Maybe a little bit less blue. But then I'm gold. Weird. Oh, that's interesting. All right, sorry. I know it's dead air. I'm literally not doing anything right now, but you guys are complaining about the about my camera, so I'm just ruining. I'm making it worse. I'm making it worse for a laugh. Because why not? Oh, interesting. That actually looks almost normal with the tints, but now it looks dark. So could I go to brightness and increase brightness? Nope, that didn't work. All right, good enough. Good enough for Connor. Might not be good enough for y'all, but it's good enough for me. Full cam. All right. Let's just okay. Kalinda says that she's good in the next couple of minutes, so that's good. What time is it right now? Because I'm literally gonna call her. Okay, I'm gonna call her in 3 minutes. Golden son of Mars. I should do demigod coloring. Make yourself March Aryan AOC. That would be funny. The goal is to make the white shelf look as white as it is in real life. Is it? I mean, that's about how white it is in real life. If you need to change the white balance of a cannon, just get a black or brown guy on the location crew. I don't know. I do photography. I only know how to do stuff in a camera or in post. I don't do streaming, so I'm not sure how the software looks. Okay, well, I'm just going to suffer. How about that? Use the soundboard with Kalinda. She will appreciate them. Yeah, Fellrunner's really proud of his soundboard. And I opened it up, and it was like duck quacking was one of the buttons. We're 3 steps away from Connor becoming radioactive. True. Kalinda is going to spend the first 30 just helping Connor get set up. Well, or we could just suffer it together. Conserve says, I love how Connor has a YouTube play button in the background, and he's just discovering camera saturation and brightness and temperature values. Yeah, you know what's really funny about that? Not only do I have a camera button, but because the camera temperature was messed up, I was shooting a video last night for Yarrick, Sebastian Yarrick, the 40K commissar, and I could see that my camera was like orange. And I was like, well, they're not here for me. They're not here for my face. So they're just going to have to deal with an orange Connor while I'm doing lore about Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. Pretty awesome. I assume Kalinda is pro, has a proper whiteboard and everything. Oh, based. Like the boom, true. Who is Kalinda? They've been running around in Twitch and YouTube politics for a second. A lot of people have been bringing them up. Truth be told, I'm unfamiliar with their politics, so this is effectively going to be my introduction to Kalinda as well. Yeah, Demon King Drago says, double down on the horrible lighting. Well, I can easily do that, so I think that's going to be the path. Christian Blair says, Connor 100% a red miner that survived into Middle Ages. Yes. Yes. Do the Breaking Bad Mexico style lighting. That's what I was thinking. Neon green, another option. Connor made it worse. What software are you using to handle the camera feed to the computer? SplitCam. SPLITCAM. It allows me to stream not only to Discord at the same time with a camera, but it also allows me to put like another camera feed into OBS or into StreamYard or into whatever. It basically allows me to do unlimited cameras. Whereas if you don't use SplitCam, then what happens is when you're loading your cameras into multiple applications, it'll crash. So I would like to do SplitCam. If you could just Google SplitCam and then tell me what to do in SplitCam, that would be great. Just because I don't even know how to use... I could go into the EOS webcam utility, but I don't even know if that's active 100% of the time while I'm doing what I'm doing. Kalinda is a Loaderbox regular. Cool. She is a fascist. Based. All right. If snuff film had a standard color, thanks. Kalinda is very much like Loaderbox. Okay. Okay. Beef Supreme says, I'll be back. I'll solve this. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for your efforts. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to set a 2-hour goal. Sorry that the vibes are off, but, you know, sometimes the vibes are off, and you just have to suffer. It is what it is. What time is it? It's 10:01. Okay, cool. I think I can call. Do 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 ba-dum bum. All right. Then there we go. Y'all should still be able to hear me, and then I'll wait for Kalinda to jump in the call, and I'll take a look at Chris Cappy. Apparently pulled up like a sweet. There's apparently like a new helicopter jet thing. And we'll watch that for a couple minutes while we're waiting for Kalinda.
Well, my friends, it seems the mad scientists at DARPA have done it again with their new X-76, because this time they took a helicopter, a stealth fighter, an Osprey, put all their DNA in a test tube, just shook it up and said, let's see what happens. The whole reason this thing is going viral right now is because of this post here on X from DARPA saying that it's entering into a new build phase and that it demonstrates what's called runway independent high-speed flight, meaning you can have your cake and snort it too, because you don't need a runway to have high-speed flight anymore. To get straight to the point, that unlocks just a ton of new ways to kill people, and today we're going to examine that. SOCOM's X-76 Beast Mode is outfitted with missiles and guns that make all the other vertical takeoff systems blush. Its job is to radically revolutionize frontline transport capabilities, logistics, and air assault missions in the Pacific theater against the Chinese CCP. It'll give you all kinds of new ways to kidnap dictators. The reason the Pentagon is interested in this aircraft is because it solves a major vulnerability in modern warfare. But before we get into that, this video is sponsored by SDI. If you're you can bolt gun train on work. They offer an Associate of Science Desert Institute firearms and offers flexible range combat missiles. So in both the Pacific and the European theater, the first thing China and Russia would try to destroy are long runways using their ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drone swarms. We saw Iran just did the same thing in the Middle East. So modern fighters and transport aircraft, they rely on those runways to operate. If the runway is cratered though, the aircraft can't take off. So in the Pacific theater, that means that U.S. forces will be able to now move troops, supplies, and special operator units between all of.
I can. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, good morning. How are you?
Oh, life's good. Let me get you on screen for my chat. Let me bump your volume a little bit.
Oh, is my volume too low? That's not good.
Well, it's not you. I think maybe last time we were in a call, were we in a call on
We were in a call
panel?
yesterday.
Maybe it was yesterday. Then I just might have bumped you down to 90% instead of 100%. But now I can hear you. Now I can hear you just fine. So
okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Just a sec here. No, that's not the. There we go. Or actually, I guess I could just do that. Sorry, I don't do this very often, so I'm trying to think of what the best way to do the yeah, fuck it. I'll just do that because it's easier. Yeah.
Well, don't feel bad. I basically was just messing with camera settings for the past like 20 minutes, and my chat was saying I made it worse.
I think your camera's pretty good.
Thanks.
Yes, chat. This is Counterpoints or Connor, whichever you prefer.
Well, and Kalinda, you're gonna have to forgive me a little bit. I'm just a little unfamiliar with your game. What I know is that several of my chatters have said, "Oh, you should talk to Kalinda. She's a good egg. You know, talk to Kalinda. Talk to Kalinda. Talk to Kalinda." But I don't actually know your politics, who you like, who you hate, who you know, what political philosophy you're about, what your main job in the niche is. So I'd love to know all that. So just for my sake, but also for my chat's sake, could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So, my name is Kalinda. You can find me on YouTube at Kalinda Live, or on Kick, but I'm not streaming there right now. I guess I'll describe myself as a loner box orbiter. I mostly do geopolitics. I am a liberal, so I'm like a liberal, a proud liberal, as in like fuck the leftists. I hate those people. I am anti-Hassan. People would say I'm pro-Israel, but I'm not really, or like I guess I am in the sense that I believe in a two-state solution, and I don't think that it's genocide. I went to school for history. I have a history degree. I got into grad school, and I took 1 year before I decided that I did not want academia to be my life. And then after that, I went and worked in tech support for a while. And then I lost my job working from home for Best Buy as like a tech support agent person. And now I'm giving this a try because I got made a mod in Loner Box's community, and I kind of use that to after a few months to springboard my way into this. So, and I've done debates in the past and whatnot. I really like talking about history. When I was at university, the thing that I wound up specializing in was actually like World War II's, or well, it was Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, basically, because I took one class on it and became super interested in it. And now I like all the depressing shit. So I'm that person. That's probably, all of the depressing shit. I'm that person who gets ultra uber triggered when people compare Israel to Nazi Germany because it's bullshit, and I hate when people do that, or when people say what's happening in Gaza is like the fucking Holocaust, or when people don't understand what words like genocide mean. That's kind of why I don't want to say what Israel's doing is genocide, because it does not like appear to match that definition to me. But like maybe that could change, and there are definitely ways in which I would argue that it could change, but right now I just don't see it. As
Well,
far as
your history.
and also.
Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Oh, and also Ukraine. Right now, I've been learning a lot about Ukraine. That's been my whole research thing, because my plan is to debate Lactoid. I watched his discussion with you about it from several months ago, and it triggered the fuck out of me when he said that the Hirsan human safari wasn't a real thing and that he didn't believe it. That pissed me off a great deal. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like your history autism might line up with my history autism, so that's pretty good. So just to share some of my history autism. So both of my parents are accountants and got wildly practical jobs, but I'm descended from World War II veterans, so kind of like that history, like World War II, was kind of like sacrosanct. It was almost like a religion in the family because of how crazy it was to have two veteran World War II grandparents. And so, despite my parents being like Christian fusion, Reaganite, Republican, social conservative, fiscal conservatives, and also weirdly enough, like non-interventionist and pseudo-pacifistic, that World War II was like the exception to the rule. Like you were allowed to engage in conflict for a righteous cause, and defeating fascism was a righteous cause. And so, so that got me deeply interested in history. But I was trying to be pragmatic when I got back from the Marine Corps, because I served from 2006 to 2010, partially because of my interest in history. And then when I got through college, I was going to college and I was trying to get my accounting degree. And in my intermediate accounting class, they said, you will know whether or not you're an accountant within 3 weeks. And by the second week, I stopped showing up because I was like, this is horrible. So basically I was like, all right, I need to get a 4-year degree. So I got an interdisciplinary degree, but which is basically 3 minors instead of 1 major. And one of my minors was history. And so I started taking, undergraduate level history classes, and then loved it. I took a Chinese history course, a modern Chinese history course from a CCP member who was on tour. Oh, it was great. We got all the Chinese apologia. It was amazing. And so I took modern Chinese history from a card carrying CCP member. I took West African history from like 1870 to present from a dude from Africa. I think he was from Nigeria. I took a bunch of other cool history classes. And then I also did the Great History courses on audible.com. I don't get paid by audible.com, but basically it's like, Yale, Harvard, Stanford, Oxford level professors, and they just do their normal lecture, but they do it as an audiobook format. And I've probably done like 20 of those. So I'm a huge history nerd, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I recently I took a class about or not a class. I watched BBC's The Death of Yugoslavia documentary, which was super interesting because I didn't really know anything about that. And I thought Israel Palestine was complicated, but God no, not as complicated as Yugoslavia is hella fucking complicated. But
Well, see, that's the
yeah,
funny thing is I always simplify it and people hate it because for me, and I don't know if this contradicts what you saw in the documentary, but it basically looks like the Serbs were major power brokers in Yugoslavia, and then Croatia wanted independence. So the Croats declared independence, but the Serbs didn't want to let them go. So they started beefing in a civil war. And then also, like, the Muslim Bosniaks were always kind of like a resented minority in Yugoslavia. So the Serbs use that as a pretext to start liquidating Muslim Bosniaks. And the Muslim Bosniaks didn't have like enough military capacity to resist the violence. That's kind of my summary of the Yugoslav wars. How does that track onto the documentary?
I mean, the documentary explains it in way more detail than that. Like, but I would say that that's probably like maybe a simplified summary of it. There's definitely more to it than that, and it wasn't just the Serb, right? Like, they all did really bad shit to each other. Even the Bosniaks did bad stuff or even the Croats did bad stuff to the Bosniaks, and then later on, like they all the ethnic cleansing happened to each other. Like later on, the Croats ethnically cleansed the Bosnians out of areas that they had taken over for a while, or the Serbs out of areas they had taken over for a while when they declared their republic. And also the Serbs were afraid of the Croats because in World War II the Croats tried to genocide them, the Ustashi, that Nazi puppet regime, and they were afraid that was going to happen again because the Croatia's president, President Tudjman, he was using the fucking checkerboard flag, which was the symbol of the Ustashi, and they were very afraid of Croatian nationalism. So all these groups thought that the other guys were going to murder them, and that was their justification for wanting to do bad shit to them. So, yeah,
that's actually funny. So we don't. I mean, we can absolutely autist out on history, but that's one of my frustrations with the moral dynamic that's currently being set by the. I don't know where you land on the Hutch versus Destiny radical liberal authoritarianism question, but one of my frustrations with the rhetoric that's being used by Destiny and the people who are like tribally associated with that perspective is they're using the existential language of the right wing, which we've kind of known has been like hyperbole for a long time, but then they're engaging in it, and then they're using real historical events or real current events, I suppose, in order to back up their existential angst. But I don't see anything politically productive coming out of it. I just see a bunch of people like self-radicalizing and like ginning themselves up into committing acts of terrorism. That's what I see.
So I feel like I'm probably maybe a little bit between, I guess, like Hutch and Destiny, because this is something I'm still trying to figure out, because it's very hard to obviously my chat is split too. Like, one of the fucking Russians in my chat just said, "Good, we are glad about like people getting radicalized." I got a couple of anti-Putin Russians in my chat. You would of course expect that they would feel that way, but yeah.
Well, why? Because they want us all to fight each other, so we ignore what Russia's doing.
No, they're anti-Putin Russians, so they actually so they feel that way about their government, and they want us to feel that way about our governments, because that, yeah, I don't know, like the anti-Putin Russians will warn you that America is starting to look like Russia looked like way back when.
No, I think that's
in terms
true.
of democratic backsliding.
Well, I think that's true. That's where I don't know how you perceive things, but like I call Russia. I don't think it's fascist because fascism has like a specific ideology. I don't think it's socialist or communist because a lot of that stuff fell away after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The way that I call it is like a kleptocratic oligarchy. So it's like a rule of the powerful, but the powerful have to be vicious enough to take what they want and keep what they want. And so it kind of just becomes like a rule of the elite, but the elite are some of the most vicious bastards in the country. So that's my perception. And I think
I don't know
Donald
if
Trump is actually personality-wise very similar to that.
Yeah, he is. I mean, okay, the fascist thing is kind of an interesting thing because that I do think that there is maybe it's not actually a lot of it does remind me of fascism, at least Putin's personal ideology, the thing that seems to be driving him. And the ideologies of like far right Russian people, like the Ruski Mir stuff and the we need to invade these other countries so that we can or these countries belong to us because they have ethnic Russians in them, all of that kind of shit. Like that was the same kind of excuse that Hitler used when he went into Sudetenland or into Czechoslovakia or Poland. He was like, they're discriminating against the poor German minorities there and we need to go in there and save them. Obviously that was an excuse and he wanted like the Lebensraum.
Did you read?
But
have you read Mein Kampf?
I've read parts of it. Hitler was a terrible writer, and he rambles way too fucking much and goes off on tangents.
He really does
annoying.
about 40%, literally 40 to 60% of the way through. I did give up because he kind of rambled. But the reason why I ask about Mein Kampf is because I do understand that I call it like ethno-religious, but realistically it's like ethno-religious linguistic groups, right? Like there's like all these correlates that kind of like go into a tribal group. So for Hitler, you know, he was an Austrian German, I think.
Yeah.
And part of the reason why he radicalized against the Austrian crown or government or whoever was in charge in Austria was because he felt like Austria and Germany were brothers in arms during World War One, but Austria had like Germany jumped in on behalf of Austria during World War One because they're an honorable people. But had it been inverse, the Austrians would not have jumped in on Germany's behalf to honor the alliance, which could be bullshit. That could just be him coping. But then what he saw in Austria was German was banned as like the primary language or something, and then Germans were barred from holding like actual powerful public offices, and then the school basically like prohibited German nationalism and patriotism and emphasized like Austrian nationalism and patriotism. And so he viewed that as like kind of like a quiet, you know, genocide. The word wasn't around then, but he kind of viewed it as like a quiet cultural genocide of the German people in Austria, which is part of the reason why he was such an ardent German identitarian, which was really interesting to read.
He was super. Yeah, I got that like when I read the little bits of Mein Kampf that I read, like that he was super like mad about like he thought that Germany and Austria should be one country or whatever because that they were so
dominated
by
Germans, of course, though.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Putin feels the same way about Ukraine, right? Like he thinks that Ukrainians and Russians are the same, and that's part of why he wants to take it over. But like also, I think it's just like they want their empire back, you know, like they're mad that they don't have their empire anymore and they want all those countries back. And I do find that there's I like whatever Putin personally believes, he's certainly leaning into a lot of the more far right fascistic stuff about like the nostalgia for like, you know, the imagined past of like the traditional values and all this shit. Like he likens himself to Peter the Great and all this other stuff about the Russian Empire. And there's all this weird nostalgia for the Soviet Union, but it's not communism that they're being nostalgic about.
Just
it's like the former greatness of Russia.
And militarism.
Yeah, like they love the Great Patriotic War. They passed a law in Russia that says that you're not allowed to like lie about the Great Patriotic War or like do like Nazi reformism or like or historical revisionism. And of course, to them, mentioning that the Soviets went through Berlin and raped a lot of German women would be considered, you know, historical revisionism. Or talking about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact would be historical revisionism to those guys because you're not allowed to mention those things because that was Russia. Or like just the fact that Russia did really horrible war crimes. To the Nazis, and the Nazis did horrible war crimes to them, and they war crimed each other, and you can't like mention that because in the way they tell that story is that Russians were the heroes who saved Europe from the Nazis, which is unfortunately how a lot of not a lot of Europeans, but unfortunately there's still a lot of people who think that that's true. So
well, I was going to say that's a really popular narrative amongst the like leftist third worldist simps. I mean that's a narrative that's been popularized. I've seen it by Hassan Piker orbiters and Hassan Piker himself like to popularize that narrative. It's very popular on Twitter. And by the way, I'm all for acknowledging like the logistical realities of history. So for instance, like I think that on a casualty basis, the Germans lost like 80% of their casualties on the Eastern Front instead of on the Western Front. So I'm okay with acknowledging that, like, yeah, the Soviet Union did a lot of heavy lifting during World War II, but at the same time,
Yeah.
what I don't like is as soon as you acknowledge that, like, the Soviet Union had like a decent efficacy in killing Germans, they're like, oh, and that means communism is good, right? That means that Stalin was good. That means that, you know, the Cold War actually, you know, the Soviet Union should have won and the United States was wrong for trying to bankrupt and geopolitically outmaneuver the Soviet Union. And I'm like, no, that's not what I said. Like, that's not what I said. Just because the Soviet Union did a good job of killing Germans, and arguably their kill-death ratio was also horrible. They also lost a lot of Russians to kill that many Germans.
Yeah. I think they lost them. Well, it wasn't just Russians either, as I am loath to, or as I am constantly reminded. I think more Ukrainians
Poles
died in World War II
and
than
Ukrainians.
Russians, and yeah, and like other Soviet peoples. I think Belarusians were another group of people. A lot of them died. Oh yeah, and the Chechens too. A great many of them fought, and then Stalin rewarded them like later on by fucking ethnically cleansing them again, because the Chechens only ever got fucked by Russia. I'm not surprised they don't want to be part of Russia.
Well,
But,
weirdly
yeah.
enough, that's one of the things that makes Ukrainian nationalism so interesting to me, is because like they do have a separate geopolitical identity from the Russians. They do have resentments related to the Cold War, and then also they have patriotism from World War II, where they effectively say, like, we were the frontline soldiers, we were the people in the trenches, we were the people getting screwed over. Therefore, you know, half of what Russia claims to be their militaristic pride is actually militaristic pride in the achievements of the Ukrainian people. Therefore, Russia can fuck itself. And I think that's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's a whole bunch of stuff related to that I'm sure that when I debate Lactoid, we're going to talk about self-determination or whatever.
Well, and well,
But
I want to return to fascism real quick, only because like I
yes.
use a autistic definition that I'm sure is too limiting within conversations, but I also find that effectively the way that most people use fascism is they use it to describe any kind of right-wing authoritarianism. Any right-wing authoritarianism. If you're right of Joe
Yeah.
Biden and you have any kind of authoritarian impulse whatsoever, then you're a fascist. But I feel like that dilutes the word, because then effectively Bush was a fascist and Trump, I mean, I think Trump actually is, he's not philosophically a
think
fascist because he doesn't understand
MAGA
fascism, but he's
MAGA's a
practically
fascist movement. I
Well,
think I think MAGA
but
is
do you
a
think they're
fascist
smart enough to
movement, but
understand
yeah.
it? Sorry, this is actually a funny
I
question.
don't.
And I think you'll
I
be
don't
smart.
think that.
You might be
I don't
answering
think
it
Trump is
already,
smart
but do you
enough
mind
to
if I say it for
understand
the
it.
chat?
Sure, go ahead.
So what I was going to say is political corporatism, and you know, I define fascism as political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. So identifying the nation state, nation being people, state being the government, and then as a corporate body, right? And then advocating in its health, but then using flexible authoritarianism to get there, which basically means that you do whatever is necessary in order to achieve and maintain power. And that's like a philosophy about the struggle of power. So there, to me, that's fascism. But I think that 95% of MAGA operates this way, uses rhetoric from this definition, but they themselves are completely unaware of the definition, and therefore, like, they are fascistic, they operate as fascists, but they're not like intellectual about it. They didn't read Gentile, they didn't read Hitler or Mussolini. They're just operating based off of like pretty intrinsic instincts.
I mean, I think that that's true. I think Destiny said this a while ago that probably most Republicans, unfortunately we say, at least the modern Republican Party, would probably agree with fascism if you described it to them in other words that didn't say this is what fascism is. They'd probably be like, oh, that sounds cool. You know, if you described it in a different way, they'd probably like be down with it or whatever. Because unfortunately, it seems like there's a great deal of weird. And yeah, I think the populism is important. I'm trying to think of, I wrote something down. Oh, there it was. because fascism is one of those things that's kind of the difficulty with fascism too is that it kind of changes over time. Like once they get into power, the populist element kind of can disappear, at least somewhat, depending upon your style of fascism. Because usually at that point, and like at least the street thuggish violence does too. You know, like Hitler got rid of the SA and whatnot because they were causing all kinds of trouble after he got into power, but they were useful before he got into power, like that kind of shit. I think I usually describe like fascism as like a kind of equation, which is populism is a big important part of it. So the us versus them, the fear of enemies, internal and external, and like usually scapegoating of a group. And then like a cult of personality for a great leader, and then social conservatism, and nostalgia for an imagined past, and then obviously authoritarianism and militarism and ultranationalism are usually aspects of it. I could put corporatism in there too, because corporatism is definitely part of it. Although corporatism is usually like you're allowed to maintain, like in Nazi Germany, they let you keep your business, but you had to join the party and do what the state wanted you to do, because in fascism, everyone has to subordinate themselves to the state. Everything must be for the good of the state. You must have children for the good of the state. The state will
Can I show you a
reward
drawing?
yeah. Sure.
So I have no problems with kind of jumping over to the economic, because even when you Google like corporatism, a majority of the time it's going to pop up with like some kind of like hybrid economic model where corporations like run society or something. And it gets even more confusing because Mussolini himself and Hitler himself refer to working with like industry in order to effectuate the power of their collected group. However,
Oh
I
yeah.
want to share my picture with you.
Yeah. I mean, they
Entire screen.
did, but the industry didn't control them. They controlled the industry, right? So
But this is where I'm kind of using corporatism in a slightly different way that I've had it described to me. Basically, the main people who I use for reference is Keith Woods. He's an Irish nationalist, basically a fascist. And he did a excellent essay, a video essay that's no longer up, unfortunately, about Giovanni Gentile. And then I also spoke with Cultured Thug, and Cultured Thug is one of the brightest fascist luminaries in America. Which is, not saying much, but he is a smart cookie, unfortunately. So for me, political corporatism, core, being a word for body, effectively we're analogizing the nation, the people, and the state, the government, into a body. And so in this analogy sense, and by the way, you could argue about definitions. These definitions aren't even set. But in my analogy of the political corporative body, the economy would be the heart, the state would be the brain. Hospices, asylums, public hospitals, they would be like digestive system. The skin would be the military, the culture would be the bones. And then I analogize the training, education, and academia to the testes and the penis, because it's like how a society reproduces itself. But the point of all of this to say, I'm going to stop sharing. The point of all of this to say that within this political corporative framework, this also works back with what you were saying a second ago about, well, nothing can be outside the state. Well, the reason why is because it either needs to be a part of the political corporative body, or within this analogy, it's going to be a virus or a parasite or an enemy. And that's oftentimes where fascistic rhetoric kind of goes off the rails, is as soon as you identify a different people, let's say Jews or Roma or political dissidents, as being analogized to either disease or cancer, it's quite easy to try to remove them if the population already agrees with your analogy.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I guess like because my understanding is that corporatism usually meant that the state, or that the company or the corporations will have all the power or whatever. But
which
like
is
in
also
fascism,
effectively true though,
they
because
didn't.
sorry for interrupting, but that's still effectively true even under the like using it as a body analogy, because the corporations effectively, they become like portions of the cardiovascular system. And since the cardiovascular system is so important, the nation state, the government will oftentimes defer a lot of power to them. And then the thing that I would cite to you is like Schindler's List. You know, obviously, like the Holocaust portion of Schindler's List is fascinating, but what I found even more interesting on like a rewatch is how businesses operated within fascist Germany, where effectively it was a patronage system. You needed to find a powerful Nazi party member to patronize you in order to get you into the right rooms, to talk to the right people, in order to get the right paperwork approved, in order to make you a gazillionaire.
Yeah, men could get rich off of that, absolutely. Yeah, but I'm just saying that that's not like, to me that doesn't, it's more like a sort of basically you had to subordinate yourself to the state and do what the state, and that's why a lot of these companies, like companies that still exist in Germany today, or ones that don't, like IG Farben were the makers of Zyklon B, and they also made shells. Yeah, and they had a factory in Auschwitz, in Monowitz, or Auschwitz III, or Auschwitz Y, where they made shells and whatnot. And yeah, like they used a lot of slave labor for that. And that's why, if anybody tells you, or if you hear anything about how Albert Speer, Hitler's architect, he denied the Holocaust, or he denied that he knew anything about the Holocaust, he's full of shit, because he was the minister of armaments, and there's no fucking way that he didn't know, because that the slave labor was a thing that was happening. And so even though he went on about how he knew nothing about it, there's no way that he knew nothing about it. He got a jail sentence because he was more educated than a lot of the other Nazis, and he managed to
he lawyered up,
sound nicer. Yeah, basically he managed to sound better when they tried him at Nuremberg. Yeah, pretty much. And then afterwards he wrote a book about like the Third Reich and everything, where his book is interesting because there's a bunch of shit in there about like how Hitler ran things and whatnot. But yeah,
I think what's crazy, talking to another history nerd, I think what's cool and crazy about history is we like intellectualize and understand it from these like ideologies and economic systems and political figures and all that kind of stuff, and like we analyze. I don't know about you, but the way that I analyze it, oftentimes it can sometimes feel like almost like a fantasy setting, like a fictional setting. But then what's so interesting about it is realizing that it wasn't a fictional setting. And then not only was it not fictional, but effectively like maybe you have family members who participated in it. So the way that we are kind of like stuck in our historical moment, where the conflict in Venezuela or Iran or Cuba is kind of our crisis du jour. Well, our grandparents, at least my grandparents anyways, their crisis du jour was Hitler invading all of Europe, and then the Americans deciding whether or not they were going to do something about it, and then finally deciding they were going to do something about it, and then committing millions of people to that effort. And that's actually like, that's pretty fucking bananas to think, like, if you were a 20-year-old kid at that time, you would probably think the world was ending because of how intense the conflict was.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to always think that. Oh, hello. Come here.
Dog or cat?
Also, I have a cat. He's adorable. Nice. I like dogs, though. You have dogs.
I'm a dog guy. I think. I'm a dog guy.
Yeah. When I go for walks around my neighborhood, I always love when I see people walking their dogs, so that I can, because then like I get to say hello and it's fun. I like dogs. I like huskies and golden retrievers and dachshunds, and yeah, dogs are great.
That sounds like a diversity enough of dogs that we could just say that you like dogs in general.
Yes, I do.
Dachshunds, golden retrievers, and huskies are quite different.
And pit bulls too, which I will defend. If there's any DGGers in here who are fucking watching, who think that pit bulls kill children or whatever.
They only kill like 50 kids a year. It's not that big of a deal, So statistically, 99.9% of hashtag not all pit bulls. So.
Oh my God.
But so, well, in a modern context, I guess, so you're a loner box orbiter, you're a nerd, a history nerd, you're a liberal, you're a anti-leftist, base, by the way. So I guess my question is like, what's your project? Because if I had to say like my project, I'm trying to get the center-left liberals who aren't insane and the center-right conservatarians who aren't insane to have like to basically try to like restore whatever normalcy is possible within our current zeitgeist. It's a failing mission, but I'm trying anyways. So I guess like, what's your mission on the internet?
I'm still, I guess, figuring that out. Probably, I, I guess, to impart that radicalism is not bad, or that sorry, that radicalism isn't good, and that maybe also to, I guess, fight against populism, because I really don't like. I I feel like there are a few exceptions to this, obviously, but oh, thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for the $20.
Grassroots is a good
Grassroots
egg.
Hegemon is also oiling, yeah, for me. Like I don't really like it when people reduce things or like take things that are complicated. One of the things that I found myself learning when I was in when I was taking history is that very often I found that people would have arguments about things, and historians would like posit different like the causes for different things, and very often I found that usually there was often truth to like both sides of a particular argument, because that usually things are more nuanced. And I know that like sometimes people like to jerk off about nuance or whatever, but I actually do, in at least in some ways, feel like that like the world is more complicated than people like to make it seem. That's why it annoys me so much when people take the Israel-Palestine conflict and they reduce it down to fucking good versus evil, oppressor oppressed garbage.
Yeah, let's do some
And yeah.
let's do some Zionist apologia real quick. So but I found this to be true.
Oh, I saw
So-
you react to my debate, by the way, with Doobie. I probably did defend Israel maybe a little too hard there, but I'm still figuring things out. Anyway, go on.
Well, what I was going to say is that I think that has more to do, if that was even my criticism, that has more to do with like the sensitivity of the moment, because there's obviously so many people who are so upset about the scenario, and they really do think it's the new Holocaust. And so when you're kind of like dismissive about it or aggressive about it, it does feel like you're kind of sweeping for like the bad shit that is happening. But I do think that it does, and Dewey's probably going to be furious at this, but I do think that it does bear drawing out the parallels, because I really haven't heard a refutation of the lack of parallels when I bring them up. So for instance, like whenever, give me a little bit of rope. So whenever we talk about the Holocaust, the way that I understand it is that there was like probably 10 or 20 years of anti-Jewish, well, there was probably centuries or millennia of anti-Jewish bigotry, but it really did ramp up, 10 or 20 years before, before the Holocaust, right? You can go back all the way to like
Yes.
the 20s. Yeah.
Although it's funny because Germany was not even the most anti-Semitic like place around. There's this whole argument about whether or not there was something special about Germany that caused it to lead to the rise of Nazism. In historiography, people call it the Sonderweg, or the special path, which is this is an argument that they were having among like Nazi and Holocaust historians a long time ago. I don't think people still have this argument.
I was about to say, was it that
find
like the
that
Germans
overly
are uniquely
simplistic.
autistic, so they needed to industrialize slaughter? Because I could view that as the special path of Germans.
Kind of. It was basically that there was something unique about Germany that meant that it was that Nazi Germany would, or that the Nazis would inevitably rise in Germany, which is not true. Obviously, nothing is ever inevitable in history, at least not generally speaking. Actually, I don't even really think I would say that. But yeah, no, like there were other, like France was where the Dreyfus affair happened. Obviously, Russia was extremely anti-Semitic. There were lots of other countries where there was a big anti-Semitism problem. Whereas in Germany, many of the Jews were integrated. There weren't even 1 million Jews living in Germany. And most of them were integrated and assimilated. A lot of them were patriots. They were conservatives. Many of them served in World War I. They loved Germany. They saw themselves as Germans, So yeah, it's kind of an interesting, but anyway, go on. You were saying something before I interrupted.
No, I appreciate the historical autism. So basically, you got 10 or 20 years of dedicated anti-Jewish rhetoric leading up to the Holocaust. Then you have, kind of the dispossessions in the 1930s and the Crystal Night and all that crap. And then arguably in like the early stages of the war, as Germany is taking this stuff, they are killing people, but there was this attempt, at least this is the narrativization, maybe I'm buying into historical revisionism, but it wasn't death camps immediately, right? It was like ghettoization, slave labor, all that kind of stuff. And then also there were even attempts, allegedly, maybe this is historical revisionism as well, But there were attempts to try to repatriate the Jews that had been captured in German territories to European nations that weren't like the United Kingdom or the United States. But then the United States and the United Kingdom wouldn't take the numbers that they wanted. So eventually that's part of the reason that allegedly motivated the final solution was the fact that there wasn't really any place else to put them. So they were just like, fuck it, let's liquidate them. And so, yeah. So how do you feel about that narrativization?
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. So I should go back a little bit because like obviously, because timelines are important here too. So obviously the Dreyfus affair was even before World War I, but I think, wait, was it? God damn it.
You might have to, you're going to have to remind me as well for the Dreyfus affair, because I remember like the articles of Zion, and there were like a few like accused plots of like Jews trying to overthrow governments in Europe and all that crap. So I actually forget what the Dreyfus affair was.
He was a French officer, and he was a patriotic French officer too. He was Jewish, and he got scapegoated over something. It was from 1894 to 1906. Yeah, he was a 35-year-old Alsatian French artillery officer of Jewish descent, and he was wrongfully convicted for treason for communicating French military secrets to the German embassy in Paris. So this was before World War I. But yeah, and then he was convicted to imprisonment, and part of it was the fact that he was Jewish. Basically, yeah, so like that was a big thing. And there were also like pogroms and stuff. Like historically speaking, Germany was not really the bastion of anti-Semitism. But after World War I, they had the stab in the back myth. Where like far right people in Germany blamed the Jews for like their loss of the war. And like, yeah, like there was definitely like a rise of anti-Semitism there. Obviously, anti-Semitism was pretty normalized and pretty much in like most European societies at the time too. But like all this stuff, that being said, all the stuff that I'd said about the Jews was still true in terms of they were still patriots, they were assimilated, they fought in the war, they saw themselves as Germans, so on and so forth. And like there wasn't even like a million of them. I can't remember the exact number. But it wasn't.
That was
there
even
really
the
weren't that many.
narrativization in Mein Kampf as well, though. So effectively, bear in mind it's been a couple of years since I read it, but the narrativization was that Germany could have won the war, or Germany could have outlasted its enemies as long as there was the will to fight. But there were propagandists internal to Germany that because of the free speech or whatever, the tolerance of the previous government, which I don't even know if it was the Kaiser, but whatever.
It was the Kaiser was in charge during World War I.
But because of the indulgences of the Kaiser allowing these cancers to fester inside the body of the German people, not only were there like Russian sympathetic socialists, like post-national socialists who were infecting the minds of the German youth, but there was also a ton of cowards who were like praised for their cowardice. So now, of course, this is a narrativization. I don't know how true this is. But effectively, like, well,
I mean, it's not true, but that's the stab in the back.
The story is still interesting.
You basically summed it up.
Well, the story, even if it's not true, the story is still interesting because Hitler's claim was that when he was convalescent, when he was like wounded and off of the trenches for a few months, like
that was when he found out that they lost.
Well, he found out that there were people who were avoiding frontline service through malingering, and they weren't like vilified as enemies of Germany. They were praised as smart men avoiding the bullshit of war. And so he was like personally offended by what he thought were like cowards being valorized for them avoiding national service. And he found it like so repulsive that he mentioned it in his book.
Because that was a thing. I mean, like men would self-inflict wounds in order to get out of like military service and stuff.
Right. And he thought that people praising them was like an act of national cowardice.
Yeah, because that he was he was one of many men who were like kind of radicalized or like were super patriots during the war and stuff. So were some of the other Nazis, like Goering was a World War I veteran too, and he was a fighter pilot and stuff. But yeah, there was a bunch of stuff related to that. But I guess to go back to the stuff like about the Holocaust or what happened with that. So essentially they the persecution stuff started almost right away. But in terms of the lead up to the death camps, first of all, in Mein Kampf, there was something that Hitler wrote about, he mentioned like how the Jews should be subjected to the same kind of poison gas that people were subjected to on the like in World War I or whatever, you know, like he
Jesus.
already kind of had this eliminationist rhetoric. The SA were singing songs about killing Jews when they were out in the streets. A lot of this was quite clearly like telegraphed beforehand in terms of the violent intentions that they had towards Jews. Like the intent, you could find it there. But I'm not an intentionalist, because I think that going full intentionalist is silly. I don't know if you know about intentionalism and functionalism are like two schools of thoughts in Holocaust history, where intentionalism is Hitler intended to murder the Jews from the very start. And if you go like super far radical with that, then you get to Daniel Goldhagen's Hitler's Willing Executioners, where it's just like the German people have always been super uber anti-Semitic, and that's why they decided to do the Holocaust. But functionalism is killing all the Jews emerged out of the war. And if you go super far with that, then you get fucking Daryl Cooper and, oh my God, the Germans were trying to help the Jews, but they just couldn't. They had to kill them. They had to kill people because they couldn't manage these people, and it just happened as a mismanagement. Or you get David Irving, where like you're denying that Hitler knew anything about it, and also that they didn't actually kill them. But yeah.
I want to pause you because this is something that's really interesting to me about the functions of history. And I think the answer is always clearly that it's going to be in the middle. It's going to be a confluence of factors. Yeah. But one of the things that somebody brought up, which I think it might have even been Lonerbox, but whoever I was talking to about this, they said that there was either a Kantian or some German philosopher, I have no idea, who came up with this idea that like the great men of history is kind of a myth, and that the people like the great men of history are products of their, you know, unique material circumstances. And so you wouldn't have Alexander the Great if you didn't have the buildup of the Macedonian army by his father. You wouldn't have Napoleon if you didn't have like the French Revolution and the bloody tyranny of Robespierre. You wouldn't have, and the citation that they did was specifically like Napoleon's grandson, who ended up ruling as like, or grandnephew or some shit, who ended up ruling as emperor during the 19th century in France, because they were like, this guy wasn't charismatic. He wasn't particularly intelligent. He wasn't particularly well liked, but he had the right name, and the French people were craving stability so much at that point that they were effectively willing to appoint a dupe to the highest office in the land because he was the right person at the right time in that time in history. But I think that does kind of like rob the will of people as well. Whereas, you know, the Nazi movement might have been a thing in the early 20th century as a product of the historical moment, but there's no guarantee that Hitler himself would have seized power the way he did unless he had the willpower to do so. And so it's functionalism and intentionalism blended.
Yeah, that's what I think too. And I think that's where most historians typically tend to land, is that like it tends to be a combination of those two things. At least most reasonable historians will end up landing there between the two of them. And I tend to agree with that. That tends to be like the truth of it. But so like basically, I think that killing all the Jews was an idea in Hitler's head. Or like it was something that he probably thought was going to have to happen eventually. But there were early on, they did have things where they allowed them to leave. Like they allowed immigration. They even actually, in fact, made the Harara agreement. I can't remember the name of it exactly. It's there was like a treaty that they made with the Yishuv in Israel, the early Zionist settlement there, to move a certain number of Jews out of Germany so that they could go live in mandatory Palestine. This was a thing that they did, and this meant that, and this was done like in exchange for trade, and but all of those Jews had to pay in order to be able to leave. And that was the other thing too. Like if you were Jewish and you immigrated out, or you were allowed to leave, like they would take your shit. You couldn't just go if you were rich.
Oh, you had to liquidate all your wealth. Yeah, 100%. That's where. No. Sorry for interrupting, but like that's where the historical revisionists rub me wrong because they act like, oh, the Germans were doing the Jews such a big favor by allowing them to move to the Palestinian Mandate. But part of that history, too, is that Jews effectively had to sign over all of their wealth and even give up their personal wealth. So if you had like a family heirloom jewel or whatever, then you basically gave it over to the German state as a part of your toll for the passage to the Mandate of Palestine. And then also, I'm sure you were getting there, but I'm going to jump ahead 10 seconds. Effectively, like the Brits, because there was Palestinian resentment against the mass influx of Jews or whatever.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Brits shut it down a couple of years into it because they were trying to keep the ethno-religious tensions in the Mandate from turning into a civil war.
Yeah, that was in the I think the late 1930s, which is part of what ended up causing problems and why the Jews started doing terrorism against them and stuff. Yeah, they shut it down. Some Jews were still able to get in, but it was not nearly as many. But anyway, to go back to like, I guess the reason why I say that it was an idea in his mind to begin with is because that there's various bits and pieces of little evidence of this. So one of the biggest things and one of the biggest declarations of intent is that on like the 30th of January 1939, like before World War I or before World War II like started, but after Hitler had started snatching territory and stuff, he gave a speech before the Reichstag, and I'm going to read like the portion of it that everybody thinks is important, which was he said, if the international Jewish financiers in and outside of Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the East and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. Like he was saying, because
what
he
year was
thought,
this?
Yeah, that was in 1939.
Yeah,
and the first death camps weren't built until like 42.
Yeah. So pretending like,
Wannsee
he was just
yeah.
Hitler was just a nice guy. He just wanted to get the Jews to emigrate because he viewed them as a rival national tribe. Yeah, that's horse shit, obviously. And the going along with that line too. So just having read 60% of Mein Kampf once. What he believed, which is still a very, very popular sentiment, and the demographic shifts of the 20th century have not helped this conspiracy theory at all. And what I mean by that is maybe they've helped make the conspiracy theory more bright in the minds of anti-Semites.
Yes, yeah.
Is the fact that the narrative from Hitler in Mein Kampf was that he was not opposed to socialism in the fact that because the socialists at the time, they basically had like street preachers that were walking around talking about socialism. He was not opposed to the economy being more just for the working class. That's not what Hitler opposed about socialism.
Yeah.
What he opposed about socialism was the erasure of national identity, because the socialists who were coming out of Russia in order to proselytize about socialism in Germany, they were effectively like post-nationalists. And they believed in like a global proletariat that was going to be necessary in order to overthrow the global bourgeoisie. And they talked about like the fraternity of man that was cross-border. And so as a staunch nationalist, as a staunch German patriot, that was almost like a religious affront to Hitler, that you would erase the national identity of the people that you were fighting for. And so that was that's part of the reasons why National Socialism emanated, was to steal the economic arguments of the socialists, but to maintain the national identitarianism of a patriotic Germany.
Yeah, and they also still have like a they also, like they talked about like kinds of like worker stuff. The Nazis actually, it's interesting. They actually there's a really good book, and I can't remember the name of the guy who wrote it. I think he's like a doctor. He's like a medical historian. It's called The Nazi War on Cancer. And he wrote that book, and then he wrote another book about the medical experiments that Nazi doctors did in the camps, and like the sort of the more darker side of like of Nazism and the extent to which it infiltrated medicine. But in The Nazi War on Cancer, he talks about how the Nazis actually did a whole bunch of stuff like they they banned asbestos. I think they banned asbestos, and they instituted various sorts of like workers' rights and stuff, like in order to like keep workers safe from getting sick, and they had all these things that they did to try to fight against cancer and
But
like
you have to
to
be part
encourage a
of
more
the
healthy
in-group.
society.
You have
Yes,
to.
you had to be. Yes,
You
yes.
have to be German
had to
because
be.
because
Yes.
the Jews, the Roma, the Gypsies, the gays, the political dissidents, we can use them to endlessly install asbestos so they get cancer and die
Yes.
because they're not part of the
Yeah.
political corporative body. But
Yeah,
if you're a
like,
German,
yeah.
a true-blooded German, then we're going to try to achieve economic and social justice for you to the maximum degree
Yeah.
that we can.
That was the extent. That's why, like, and I noticed that too nowadays with a lot of like people like Fuentes or like these other like far right people, is that they will say, or hell, even like I think Mega is kind of like this. They will say, absolutely, we want like government run healthcare, but only for our in group or whatever.
Yep.
We need to exclude the people who we don't think are allowed, and that's why it strikes me as like very obviously. I think that's like fascism wants all these things, but it only wants them for a particular group of people. So.
Well,
yeah, but
Well,
anyway,
so what do you do? So what do you do as a historically minded individual when you see, because for me, the world is in conflict between various ideologies. And I think that fascism is kind of it's not popular because obviously like the narrativization of World War II made it so you can't outright claim to be a fascist without people reviling you. But as long as you don't say you're a fascist, you can pretty much be a fascist. And that's not a problem. And then same thing with like socialism and communism, especially Marxian socialism and communism. It seems to live on with the CCP, which does seem to be like a powerful avatar of the ideology, even though they don't implement it. And then we have leftist simps for it. Then we have like Islamic theocracy, and then we have liberal democracy and mixed economy capitalism. So I'm a neocon. I actually am an interventionist. I do think it's America's job to export mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy and republicanism to the world through soft and hard power, because we're in a competition. We're in a competition of ideology. So what is, how do you split the difference though, I guess, between the excesses of national identity and like liberalism and the competing ideologies?
I think that. Oh, are you talking about like Jesus? That's a really complicated question.
I'm basically asking if you're an isolationist.
Oh, fuck no. I am absolutely not an isolationist. Fuck that shit. That shit is stupid. Arm Ukraine, goddammit. Arm them. Do not normalize letting like fucking assholes invade their neighbors and take them over because that they want to. No, isolationism is dumb. We live in a globalized world. That time has passed. I don't think that America retreating back into its shell is good. I would listen, America has done a lot of not good shit, but they're still better than China, and they would make a better world hegemon than China. And if anybody's culture and cultural values is going to get exported around the world, I would rather it be America's, because I think that I think that like values about freedom of speech and freedom of association and freedom of religion and women's rights and all of that stuff is stuff that I think is better than like fucking whatever, than like, collectivism and authoritarianism and like, like subordinates to the state and all this other shit that would get pushed if China was the world hegemon. And yeah, I don't really like that stuff. I wouldn't necessarily describe myself as a neocon. I would like to have an international rules-based order. Although, my God, after watching that Yugoslavia documentary, have I gotten more and more blackpilled on the fucking UN. Jesus fucking Christ. They were so goddamn useless. They couldn't do anything. Oh, a safe area? Oh, first we want a safe haven. And then all the other countries were like, fuck no, we don't want to do that because then we might have to actually intervene. And so it's like, oh yeah, okay, well, we'll make Srebrenica a safe area. Meaning that like nobody can come in there and do anything, or like, and like if they attack us, then like we can attack them back. But they didn't actually attack us, so we're just gonna kind of stand there as the fucking like Bosnian Serbs come in and murder all the men and rape the women, and we're just not gonna do anything. In Rwanda. Yeah,
that's the history of the UN, where the schizo conspiracy theorists within the United States, oftentimes they think that like, a UN peacekeeping force in league with Obama and the Democrats is going to come into the United States in order to disarm the American people and put us in FEMA camps and shit. And I'm like, if only you knew how stupid, shitty, and incompetent the United Nations multinational forces are. Like, all you would have to do is look at the Rwandan genocide and also look at the conflict in Yugoslavia and be like, oh, what happens when you take 6 armies, you only bring in a company of 100 men from these 6 armies, you put them in a random situation in which they can be defensive, but not defensive enough to cause an international incident. They basically just sit there and watch the bad shit happen.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
Yeah, now that being said, there is some uses for the UN. Like, it's good to have like a way for like, I guess, people to like, talk to each other and stuff. And yeah, and I think that their human rights bodies generally are good. Although, Jesus Christ, everyone's fucking brain broken on Israel. But UN reports about Ukraine have been really,
we need to get
really
back
helpful.
to the Zionist apologia in a second.
Oh yeah. So as far as that goes, as far as that stuff,
well,
is concerned,
I'll tell you the narrative through line that I was doing. I was going through the mechanics of World War II and the Holocaust in order to analogize it to the modern conflict and point out all the differences. But you and I are both such historical autists that we got wrapped up in the details.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess like basically to get back to that, or to try to very quickly go through, essentially, like, no, the Nazis didn't decide that, oh man, there was no like, there's no place for us to put these people, I guess we have to kill them. That wasn't really the motivation for it. It was actually like a deeply ideological thing, and they decided to do it because they did blame the Jews for the war. Hitler actually thought, at least for like a short while, that he could hold the Jews hostage and use them against America, or to stop America from intervening, or like in some way. But obviously that wasn't going to be a thing, and none of the other countries would take them. But yeah, they came up with the solution that, like, we have to kill these people. And realistically speaking, by the way, it had to have been ideological. The reason why it had to have been ideological is because killing the Jews is stupid. They were a good, and actually this is why there were at least some number of Jewish people who were very disbelieving, because this is the first time that this level of shit would have ever happened to them. Usually they could kind of hunker down or make themselves useful or stay quiet or hide, and they would be okay when they were subjected to this level of persecution. That's why at the start in the 1930s, you actually had some Jewish organizations who were trying to appeal to the Nazis, and who would use the same language that the Nazis would use, to try to say like, hey, yeah, we understand that we're a different race than you guys, and all this other kind of shit. But like, we can still like exist and work in this society. And obviously that didn't work, but they didn't know what they were dealing with, and they didn't know until like later. And so there were at least some number of Jews who didn't believe it, when like stories started going around about how people were literally getting put on trains and shipped off to camps that were built for no other purpose than to kill them. Like Treblinka was a death camp. You went in there, the trains came in, the people were funneled out, and they were sent to the gas chamber, and that was it. And the only Jews that were kept alive were the Sonderkommando, who were people whose job it was to basically like put the dead bodies in the ovens, because these guys were Jews too, which is incredibly horrific. And part of the reason why I fucking hate when people make these goddamn comparisons to what's going on in Gaza, it comes from a place of like, nobody knows anything about the Holocaust. They literally think it was just, they put 6 million Jews in concentration camps, and then like some of them died in gas chambers and stuff. Like, they don't know the level of intent and the level of coordination and like the efficacy and like just how fucking crazy it was. And the number, like the most number of Jews that were killed was in Operation Reinhard, which was, I think, over a period of 10 months. It was in like from like the end of 1942 to 43, I think. I might be getting the dates wrong. And that was when they killed like most of the Jews in Poland. They killed like 1 million people in that time, and they did it. And they put them on trains and they shipped them out. And Treblinka, and I think there were like 6 camps: the Treblinka, Belgics, Sobibor, and Helmno, and Majdanek. Although people quibble about Majdanek, and Auschwitz. And yeah, like Auschwitz was the one that was running the longest. But no, this was all very purposeful. There wasn't any kind of like, we don't have any other choice, we have to kill them or whatever.
Well,
once they made they made the decision.
I think I wouldn't mind getting into the Israel thing momentarily, but I think the reason why I have a tough time on the internet arguing this is because so there's typically things that like from a historical analytical lens, you can just take, because they're not controversial issues, so people don't really fight on the primary source evidence. So for instance, like, I don't know, William the Conqueror going to England in 1066. You don't have this like robust evidentiary conversation about whether or not it was really 1063 or 1067, or, you know, whether or not he made his boats out of like, you know, some kind of like alien-based steel. There's no conspiracy theory around like William the Conqueror going to England, so you don't have this like robust evidentiary conversation. But what happens with the Holocaust, because effectively like the anti-Semitic narrative is that the Jews are a nation without, well, they have a nation state now, but they were a nation without a country. And the diaspora, because the Jews were so persecuted in Israel, they spread out into the world intentionally in order to subvert and convert foreign nations into either tolerating or supporting a new Jewish state. And then they would subvert these societies to their own benefit so they could maximize money-making, pornography, sex, degeneracy, race mixing, whatever, to their benefit. And then the confusion and the chaos sown by these agents of chaos who serve the future country of Israel, I guess, but the nation of Jews. And when I use nation, I'm using it to refer to people. Basically, like, that narrative is compelling because then you get to treat these people as if they're not your group. They're not a part of your tribe. They're parasites who are in your country. But then, I think where I'm going when it comes to the nation state of Israel, when you read the Jewish narrative, it's effectively one of like, we've been fucked so many times. Like, that's like, that's the narrative from the Jewish perspective. It's like, you would not believe how fucked I've been for 2,000 years.
I think that's probably one of the longest hatreds. I think I've heard it described as like our longest hatred against the Jews because it goes back so far. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it literally goes back to arguably like Christian resentment over the crucifixion of Christ. You know, there's even one of the interesting things,
or even before that, because the Romans kicked him out. After they revolted. Yeah.
So Jews and the Babylonians and the Persians, the Jews have basically been getting their shit kicked in for a really long time. Okay, but let's try to, I guess you and I both have historical autism, so let's try to keep it simple. So
I also have ADHD, but yes, go on.
No, hey, that's
doesn't help.
We're in good company. So I think the reason why they call it like the post-war consensus or the post-war narrative is this is the narrative, and I would welcome correction. So the Jews left Israel in the diaspora. They endured medieval anti-Semitism. Nationalism rears its ugly head in the late 19th, early 20th century. That causes virulent anti-Semitism. Then a confluence of intentionalism and whatever the other word is comes together. Functionalism comes together in Germany that results in the Holocaust, which is the mass industrial slaughter of European Jewry, political dissidents, gays, and Roma, resulting in, you know, I think 6 million dead Jews, but an additional 3 million dead undesirables. And so
it was 12 million total, 6 million Jews.
So so basically we have 12 million people who are wiped out through industrial slaughter, and then the international survivors, every Jew who hasn't been wiped out, they effectively have a couple of options after World War II. They either stay or go to Europe, which might be their like a hereditary homeland, but those are either the people who just tried to exterminate them or the people who were neutral about their extermination, or they go to the United States, or they go to what's not quite Israel, but what will become Israel. And if you look at the population, sorry, let me I'll finish this last sentence, then I'll let your autism kick in. If you look at the population distribution, in the modern context, it's effectively like 6 or 7 million people in the state of Israel, 6 or 7 million people in the United States, and then like 2 to 3 million Jews in other places. And so it does look like the vast majority of Jews either picked the United States or Israel. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they did. So I just wanted to add that, like, in terms of like the Europe thing, it wasn't even just about staying in, like the choice to stay in Europe. Like there was a pogrom in Poland after the war. Like
Right.
nobody liked them either, like even afterwards, which is the issue, right? So then it sort of became about, you know, do I stay here? Do I go back to the place that I got kicked out of? Also, all of these people were stateless too, because if the Nazis stripped them of their citizenship, the countries that they were from in many cases no longer existed because the borders got redrawn. And yeah, so it kind of like became a big problem. But yes, a bunch of them did go to the US. Although I think more of them, or like today, I believe the total population of Israel is 9 million, I think 9 or 10 million people, although 2 million of those are Arabs. So yeah, but the
maybe I was
like
only counting
Arab
Ashkenazi. I promise it
Palestinians.
wasn't on purpose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a large portion of Israel, like I think 40% of Israel's population are also Jews from the Middle East now too. So yeah. Oh,
Well-
I'm being told by one of the Israelis in my chat that it is 10 million total people. But yeah, I mean, you're about right. Like there's half the world's Jews live in Israel. And I think like the other half live in the United States and then like in other places, but mostly the United States.
Well, then that kind of
Yeah.
gets into what is crudely referred to as like the Nakba and the reverse Nakba. So,
Yes.
and people use the reverse Nakba sarcastically, but I actually think that it stands up to scrutiny because effectively what I see, maybe I'm wrong, but I see the Palestine, like, so the Mandate of Palestine is controlled by the UK. And I forget when the mandate ends, but it does end. There's a plan for it to
It was
end.
1947.
So yeah, so we
basically.
know that the mandate is going to end. But through the 20s and 30s, as much as the evisceration and annihilation of the Jewish population of Europe is the story in Europe, the story in the Mandate of Palestine is effectively like this bristling tension between the colonial European powers trying to keep a lid on the tension, and then the tensions between Jewish settlers and Palestinian Arab Muslims, and then them kind of getting ready for a war that the European colonial power is trying to keep the lid on. But the second, pretty much everybody knows that the second that the Brits like take their foot off the gas or whatever, it's going to be a civil war. And so, or just war, I guess, maybe not even a civil war. And so effectively that's what happened. So if the mandate ended in 47, the Jewish justification for the Nakba, which is effectively like the ethnic displacement, armed conflict, but also ethnic displacement of broad swaths of Palestinian Muslims, is the fact that they were engaging with armed groups of Arab Muslims who wanted to do the same to them. They just got there first and they were more vicious. That's at least the official narrative.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's like the I mean, the problem with Israel Palestine is that there are two narratives that you will find, and then there's the truth, which but one of the things that I actually really like about Benny Morris, who is the historian, I have been reading his book, but I put it down to research Ukraine. I'll be forthcoming or straight with you. A lot of what I know about this is like osmosis from watching like shitloads of Loner Box's stuff, because he has a very good balanced view on this. Like I'm not like super independently read on this. I have looked things up and whatnot. My independent reading most of my independent reading has been on the stuff that we were talking about before, which I've been refamiliarizing myself with, like the Holocaust and Nazi stuff more so, because obviously a lot of that stuff I learned like when I was in university, which is like a billion years ago now. But I mean, I remember quite a bit of it. So yeah, but I guess like the mandate for Palestine really actually ended in 1948. But I mean, the British like fucked off before then, because that they were like, this isn't working. Fuck it. We're like, the United Nations can take this over, and they had that vote. I think that's kind of like how it went.
Dude,
but
everybody blames the Brits and the French. This bugs me. I don't know if it bugs you, but this is what bugs me. So if you talk to a liberal or a progressive and you're like, hey, how should we run our liberal societies? And they're like, well, as long, members of different ethno-religious tribes can get together and live together in peace and harmony, in, you know, and whatever. And all we have to do is we have to just agree to some basic fundamentals of human dignity, and we're fine. And then you're like, well, what happened in Israel, Palestine? And they're like, oh, the French Sykes-Picot Agreement and the British Mandate of Palestine mixed up a bunch of different ethno-religious groups without care for their individual tribal interest. And as a result, we've had sectarian conflict for a century. And it's kind of like, well, which is it? Can we have multiple ethno-religious groups living in peace and harmony as long as we agree to like a propositional set of values? Or are we identitarian, tribalist political groups who are doomed to violence because of our differences? And they don't seem to, they seem to take like almost like a noble savage approach to the violence in the Middle East and North Africa that is just preordained by European colonial meddling, that by mixing ethno-religious groups, they were doomed to warfare.
I hate that shit. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate how Hassan blames all the problems in the Middle East on like the Western meddling. They're only homophobic because they got bombed by America.
Right.
Like that kind of shit that he said in the that was so that
the
so
J dams made them
hard.
homophobic.
Yeah, I just don't, it's not, listen, we got where we are because we had a very long history that led us to this place of like this whole multiculturalism, and we self-determined that this was like, these were values that we thought were like good values to have or whatever. It's not like we weren't like hella fucking racist and we didn't think it was white people a long time ago. I would argue that like Enlightenment values helped to get us here. And I certainly think that Enlightenment values were important with like some of the founding documents of America and stuff and all of that. Like when people say that America is a Christian nation or was founded on Judeo-Christian values or whatever, I kind of like recoil at that notion, because really it was like, at least for so I don't get corrected by my American history friend who knows way more than I do, who like will come on and talk to me about war and stuff. At least for like you know, like New York and Massachusetts and whatnot, which were like arguably like that's where a lot of the stuff went on with the writing of the Constitution and whatnot. But eventually, like, yeah, like at least for those places, it was Enlightenment values that sort of drove a lot of the things that we think of now as like what made the United States, the things that were in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. And you could tell because all the fucking founding fathers were also like huge nerds, and like some of them were like read in the Enlightenment stuff, and not all of them were Christian either. And like they were you know, some of them were like
some of them were like deistic edgy boys during the foundation of
exactly.
America. That would have been like that would have been so heretical to say out loud, and yet they were saying it out loud at like cocktail parties in the late 18th century. Like it's actually fascinating.
Yeah, and like they made a compromise with regards to slavery, but I mean, like John Adams was against slavery, for example. Apart from the Alien and Enemy, the Alien and Sedition Acts were a huge L for him. Otherwise, like I thought he was kind of based, but I don't know as much as I should about the founding fathers.
I think
but
that
yeah,
maybe this is my American romanticism. Maybe I'm sweeping a little bit too much for the founding fathers in the 19th century, but I felt like the maintenance of the institution of slavery in light of the Declaration of Independence and the Articles of Confederation,
it was a compromise.
And the Intervention of the Constitution. Well, not only was it a compromise, but it was such an obvious conflict between practice and ideology. I feel like there could only have ever been an eventual resolution to the disconnection between the words of the Declaration of Independence and the practice of chattel slavery. Like it feels like they were so contradictory that they were doomed to conflict.
Oh yeah, no, I think that some of them knew that, but the thing is that they weren't like, that was not a problem that they could resolve when they were trying to get everybody together to fight the Revolutionary War.
Not during the Revolutionary War. We need to figure that shit out later.
Yeah, but I mean, also even the way that they originally envisioned it was different too. Like because initially it was supposed to be like a kind of a more loose confederation, right, of states rather than you know, and then this whole thing came later with the actual Constitution and whatnot, which didn't happen until later on. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting sort of interesting, like sort of thing. But how did we get? Oh yeah, with regards to the Jews and stuff.
Well,
I
we were
don't.
we were kind of getting there with the establishment of the state of Israel and the Nakba and the reverse Nakba, because while there might have been some I don't know, some mentions of Enlightenment values, which, by the way, like, I'm pretty sure the early establishment of Israel wasn't even like liberal, democratic, mixed economy capitalist. I think they were explicitly socialist in some areas, which is part of the reason why we were hostile to
Um,
them. The kibbutzim in
they
particular, like, we were pretty hostile to that as Americans.
they were, but from the start, Ben Gurion, or maybe not from the start. I think that this is interesting because that yeah, like, yes, Ben Gurion was a socialist. David Ben Gurion, who I guess you could say was like or one of the founding fathers of Israel, but they still like had the whole liberal values thing. Like Israel's first basic law had a whole bunch of stuff about like everybody is an equal citizen and whatnot. Even though they had a bunch of Palestinians that were living there who like were put under martial law until I think until the 1960s. But yeah, not everybody who lived in Israel lived in a kibbutz either. That was a thing, though, and that was actually
like late 19th, early
Stalin.
20th.
Yeah,
There's a book that I read called Israel, the Startup Nation, and it's basically like a modern capitalist analysis of entrepreneurial culture in Israel. But what they do in order to root that is they talk about like the earlier like attempts to socialize the economy and the kind of like the collectivist instincts of the Israeli people in Israel that emanated from the kibbutzim, which is just like a communal living. That's all it is. It's communal living
yeah.
in pre-Israeli Palestine. And so basically they just talked about that transition through the 60s and 70s. And then basically what happened was, it might have been Golden Meir or around Golden Meir's time, but effectively that's when they truly started liberalizing the economy in a way that like Americans
I
were
think it
sympathetic
was.
to.
I
Sorry,
think
go
it
ahead.
was Menachem Begin who did it. I think wasn't he? I think it was Menachem Begin who did that, or at least
I
that's
would
what
not
I
be
think. What Oli
surprised
is.
if it was some random prime
Yeah,
minister I
because
hadn't heard of.
oh well, Menachem Begin's actually he was the conservative guy. Or am I wrong, Addie? Was it Golda Meir who started to liberalize Israel's economy? The reason why I thought it was Begin was because that Begin sort of seems more like the Ronald Reagan of Israel, and like Likud was his party. By the way, Menachem Begin was the
Sorry,
leader
what's
of
that?
the Irgun, which was a terrorist group.
It was also the what of the 7-Day War? Oh, okay. Menachem Begin was also a soldier during the 7-Day War.
The 6-Day War.
Oh, this in 48? Okay. Okay.
So you're talking to
My ma was raised in Massachusetts, so she had a lot of Jewish neighbors.
based, yeah.
So,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Menachem Begin was. Yeah, he was a soldier in the 48 war because that he was. I think he was in the Irgun. I think he might have been one of their leaders, and he wrote about or he might have been the leader of the Irgun then. But. Or I don't know if he was the leader of the Irgun, but yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a soldier in the 1948 war. And then later on, he became a politician, and he was the leader of the Likud party. And yeah, he was. I guess he was kind of like Israel's like Ronald Reagan, and because
well,
and him winning was the end of the like the labor or left-wing rule over Israel, at least for a little bit.
That's probably it then. That actually probably unironically is what I'm talking about. The narrativization though, for Israel's establishment, and I understand some people like didn't like my characterization, but you have to understand like kind of like Kalinda was already saying, there's two narratives and then there's the truth, and the truth is often in between the two narratives. But you could also understand how if you were, let's say you were like the son of a Holocaust, somebody who was either killed in the Holocaust or a Holocaust survivor, you somehow made it to the state of Israel. Israel declares its independence, and then you're told that all your Arab Palestinian Muslim neighbors, they've done one of two things. Either they've taken up arms in order to destroy you, or they've fled their homes in order to avoid the conflict. That way other Arab Muslim militants could come in and slaughter you. well, your sympathy and your desire for survival, your sympathy is going to plummet to zero. Your desire for survival is going to climb to 100%, and you're just going to do whatever you need to do in order to survive the ensuing months of conflict. And then what happened immediately after, allegedly, people have, kind of derisively called this the reverse Nakba, but there were ethno-religious expulsions across the Middle East and North Africa in response to the establishment of the State of Israel, effectively where a bunch of North African states said, oh, well, Israel just established its own Jewish state, and we think that you guys are subversive pieces of shit in our societies. So as a result, you're no longer members of our nation state. You can go to Israel, start walking. And that was basically the reverse Nakba.
Yeah. Maybe I might summarize it a little bit, but then again, like I said, like most of this is
clean it up. This is all information that I've received.
I was going to say that, I guess like for some of this, it was like in Iraq, for example, you had to register if you wanted to leave. It wasn't like you had like a certain amount of time to register and all this kind of stuff. Also, in some instances, the Israel actually helped out with getting like people out and stuff. So yeah, it was maybe a little bit more complicated than that, but yes, essentially like the surrounding Arab countries all turned against their Jewish populations, and the Jews ended up running away and going to Israel because they were afraid of what would happen to them if they didn't. And that was sort of, that's like what occurred there. Yeah. And the thing that annoys me obviously about this is that a lot of people like Hassan will downplay this, or they will refuse to recognize that this came from a place of anti-Semitism very clearly, because a lot of those Jews were not Zionists. They didn't necessarily care about Israel. They lived in communities that had existed in those places for hundreds of thousands of years, probably, potentially, you could say. And like those communities basically were destroyed. And now there are no Jews in many countries in the Middle East. Like there are like zero. The only countries that have Jews are like a small number in Iran, who gets increasingly smaller as time goes on. And there's like 5 in Lebanon. And yeah, otherwise, there's no Jews in Jordan. There's no in Egypt, none in Syria.
One of my
are you going to talk about the 2 Jews in Afghanistan?
That's where I was going. There was, and by the way, this is probably totally like an internet meme, but there was like, there was only like 1 or 2 Jews left in Afghanistan. And this is probably the joke part of it, so it's probably not real. Take it with a massive grain of salt. But there was like 1 Jew who was in prison, but he like argued with everybody all the time to the point that they just released him because they were annoyed because he was so argumentative.
Yeah, the Taliban just told him to, I don't know if they're, I don't think that, there were 2 Jews, and then there was only 1 Jew because one of them died. And I think that, and they both like hated each other, and one of them was at some point put in prison. Yeah, I've seen those videos. I don't know about like the prison part, if that's true, but if that might be a meme, but the rest of it is,
it's still pretty funny to imagine being like the last ethno-religious member of your group in a country, and then you're so annoying that like, people don't want to be around you.
Yes, and the Taliban hates you so much that they tell you to leave, and that was I remember that. I remember like hearing about that and stuff. I think that both of those guys are dead now. But
it was a pretty funny idea. So
one of them went to Israel, but yeah.
I would say so. That kind of gets us into the modern context, though. I feel like that's enough like ground setting. It took us a while, but we both have history autism, so that's fine. But that's where, for me, the Gazan conflict, okay, like we can scale how bad it is based off of available information and keep it within its own context. So if there's 2.2 million people in the Gazan Strip, if Gaza is about the size of like the metropolitan area of Detroit, if 80% of the buildings have been destroyed in airstrikes, if 70,000 people allegedly have been killed in armed conflict, 20,000 of whom were alleged to be militants, 50,000 of whom were civilians, allegedly, and then it's estimated that approximately 200,000 people are going to die from indirect causes, well, that's like, 10% of the Gazan population, which is obviously quite bad. Like if you took any major metro area, you had 2 million people in it, and then 1 in 10 people were going to die in the war in the next like 3 or 4 years, that would be bad enough as it is. But people insist upon calling it a Holocaust. They insist upon calling it a genocide. And I just don't think that that really backs up what we understand about the Holocaust, because I don't see the liquidation efforts. And it's not for a lack of technology. Like, Israel easily could just carpet, like, literally they have plenty of 500 and 2,000 pound bombs. They could literally start at the north end of Gaza and bomb every square meter of Gaza from north to south, killing every single civilian in Gaza, and yet they have not done so. And they likewise could probably seize all 2.2 million Gazans and mass execute them with small arms and throw them into a shallow ditch. And they haven't done that either. And so the Holocaust analogy kind of falls flat for me, I suppose.
Yeah, no, that's why I hate it. Like I said, like I feel like the intent isn't there, and I'm sorry, but a bunch of unhinged quotes from Middle Eastern war leaders just doesn't like do it for me, because everybody says unhinged shit. Unless you're going to tell me that the United States committed genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan, because look at all the crazy unhinged shit that people were saying. And I would argue probably like maybe even more unhinged after 9/11, you know. That was like, it's just the quotes alone aren't enough. You got to follow it up with like a level with actions that I just don't see. And yeah, it just doesn't look like, if you want to see what a genocide looks like even to step outside the Holocaust, what's going on in Sudan right now looks more like a genocide to me than what happened, than like anything that Israel has done in Gaza. Because like literally, I mean, I'm sure you've seen, I don't know how much you paid attention to that or whatever, but like they went, the RSF went into, I think the city name was Al Fasher, and they went house to house, drive people out of their houses, and they shot them. And you could see the blood in the streets on satellite photos. That's what it looks like. Or in Myanmar, where they were doing the clearing operations through different villages when they were killing the Rohingya Muslims. You can't, there's a level of intent behind a massacre like that. And I'm just not like, please, no one has been able to show me any evidence that in Gaza, the IDF has gone into a town, pulled people out of their homes, lined them up, and shot them in the back of the head. Yeah.
Well, and what they cite, the evidence is oftentimes so tenuous, and that's not to discredit it completely. So, for instance, like if Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières doctor says, "Oh, I've seen children with gunshot wounds to the head," which, hold on, but we need to pull that apart. And then same thing, like, "Oh, we saw a drone with a gun on it shooting at children." Okay, so let's break that down real quick. And you're viewed as like an Islamophobic, genocide apologizing bigot for even wanting to dig into the details in the first place. But
Yep.
with the drone thing, it's like, okay, drone with gun on it. Why don't we have, if this is like a routine operation for Israel, where they've just been like mounting small arms to drones that are flying overhead and gunning down random civilians, why do we have, because we're getting plenty of video footage, why do we have no video footage of that happening? That's like my number one question right there. Then, because it
Someone
does
would've
seem
leaked it.
so weird and so dystopian and so fucked up, you think that people would go out of their way to film that kind of thing going down. Then, when it comes to the Doctors Without Borders, what's happened, and this really does bug me because I feel like it's an intentional conflation, is that they have taken the category of child and they've applied it to everybody under the age of 18. That's what they've done.
Yeah.
So when they're talking about children, they're not talking about prepubescent under the age of 12. They're talking about everybody under the age of 18. And so when you compare that to, well, I have training footage of 8-year-olds and 12-year-olds and 16-year-olds going to a Hamas militant camp where they're training in small arms and ambush tactics. Who are the victims? Were they armed? Were they engaged in armed hostility? Were they caught in the crossfire? Was this an execution? Like, all of these details are relevant if you're going to make the claim of genocide or Holocaust, and yet you can't even dig into the details because digging into the details is viewed as like denial.
Yeah,
Denial
any
of,
kind of
like
questioning.
wanting more information is denial of a genocide, therefore you're bad.
Yeah, And there's also like a lot of leaning on these humanitarian organizations too, or like these human rights orgs. Like I am really done with amnesty at this point. I don't think Human Rights Watch is necessarily much better. I still think that the UN is fine, but not for this. The UN generally doesn't tend to lie about things. The issue is that they tend. I don't like their interpretation of things. One of the big things that I feel
The genocide
like
definition is
I've
very
learned,
nebulous, like frustratingly nebulous.
Is it?
For me,
I mean, the legal
absolutely,
definition,
because the definition is like destroying a group in whole or in part through these 8 things.
it's the intent to destroy in whole or in part a religious, racial, ethnic, or national group through one of the following, and then it gives a list of things, one or more of the following. But the part that's important that everybody always ignores is the intent to destroy. The intent, it's so important. The dolus specialis, like this matters a whole lot in terms of like it is a special intent. It is not, like it. It's almost intuitive, in terms of like, that's why I say there's a difference between collateral damage or people dying in war bombings and like people who are killed because they got yanked out of their homes, lined up and shot. And yeah, it just doesn't really match.
Yeah, but when you're talking to these
yeah.
people though, when you're talking to these leftists online though, they make no differentiation. They're effectively like I think you used the term functionalism earlier. I don't know if it applies, but they're effectively like death consequentialists. Like if you can assign some level of I'm sorry, I need to just double check what this is real quick. 1 second. Hello?
Okay.
Never mind. I thought it was a number that I thought it was a number that I recognized, but they didn't pick up, so that's fine. So it's probably a spam caller. But hold on.
Yes.
They make no differentiation, and I wanted to bring this up. Sorry, go ahead.
You can keep talking, but I need to feed my cat, and I might also grab something to eat, but I'm not sure. But I'm gonna feed my kitty. Can
you hear me while I'm talking?
Yes, I can hear you while I'm talking. While you're talking, I have like earbuds on, and yeah, you can talk to your chat or you can talk to my chat.
Okay.
Once you're finished saying
I'll
what
give you
wanna
some
say.
info while you're feeding your cat and grabbing a snack.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
So what I was going to say is, death consequentialists in reference to like online lefties. One of the things that pisses me off about the current political zeitgeist when it comes to Denham, Hassan Piker, anybody who's within that stuff, is they effectively say that, well, the United States was responsible for, like, depending on who you talk to, 500,000 to 2 million Middle Eastern and North African dead through their meddling. But what they kind of omit from this entire calculus is the fact that basically within the Afghanistan and Iraq interventions, we didn't like carpet bomb civilian centers. We didn't destroy infrastructure. We didn't drag people out of their homes and mass execute them, with the exception of Robert Bales, which is a war crime that the guy is incarcerated for life for. What ended up like 90%, 80% of the casualties, I've already brought Iraq Body Count Project up onto my screen multiple times from my chat. But like 80 to 90% of the casualties in these conflicts are jihadist organizations, insurgent groups, and militias engaging in acts of terrorism either against civilians or against each other. It's actually like armed militant groups struggling for power within these nation states and then massacring the shit out of each other. It's not American armed forces engaging in these massacres. And then likewise with, somebody told me this, I haven't verified it, but in Syria, as an example, let's just say that this is true. Take it with a grain of salt, but I'm going to presume that it's true. In Syria, it's like 500,000 dead over the past decade and a half. Well, what somebody said, which I probably should Google, is that the vast majority of dead are non-government forces and civilian centers that are controlled by rebels. So that means that like 80% of the people who have been killed in the Syrian civil war, which is laid at the feet of American interventionism. They weren't killed by Americans. They weren't even killed by rebel groups backed by Americans. They were killed by the Russian sympathetic, Russian supported central government that was mass bombing their civilian centers. And so from a moral calculus standpoint, if you're a death consequentialist, you're saying, oh, well, it's America's fault because we meddled. Whereas if you're somebody who actually, I don't know, analyzes the moral intent of individual players, then you would say, no, this is the central government and Russians' fault because they were unwilling to negotiate with their own civilian population. And when their civilian population wanted a more democratic system, or they wanted some kind of like ethno-religious autonomy or some shit like that, they just massacred their civilian populations. So why are we, kind of like, and American leftists do this, why are we just accepting that Americans are bloodthirsty monsters steamrolling the globe, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people? When you actually look at the nuances of the situation, it's not us. It's actors in the region who might be reacting to us, but that doesn't mean that we're culpable for all of their sins. So that's about how long I could pad out that rant. So I'll just engage with chat for a second. Grassroots for 20 says the UN definition of genocide is cuckold horse poop. Apparently, Kalinda doesn't agree with me. She thinks that it's actually more firm than I think it is, but maybe that's like a lay misunderstanding of me. But I do want to thank Grassroots for 1, 2, 3, 4 super chats that are all supporting this stream. I hope you guys are having a good time. It's pretty fun doing some historical autism. We should probably do like a historical, the way that we debate peace go every few weeks, we should probably do a historical autism rant session between Kalinda, Lonerbox, and I. I think that would be fun. But Grassroots in the super chat says, I feel like my strategy of slanging loaded cargo ships out of trebuchets over the Strait of Hormuz is undervalued. I agreed with that earlier. Grassroots also said, in with Peter Thiel, if an Amazon X76 isn't delivering my coffee to my backyard by end of 2026, Peter Thiel is right and we're all doomed. I mean, it does look pretty sick. Grassroots says the end result is strict utilitarianism as it applies to you. So at a certain point, that is fascism. That was during the political corporatist flexible authoritarianism discussion. And I do agree that the fascists and authoritarians oftentimes, including me probably, by the way, use utility and consequence to excuse their bad behavior. So let me take a look at this one. I can't see your name. I'm sorry for whoever this is, but I'm going to read it. Cog and Kalinda are natural allies against the forces of soy and communism. Based. Anonymous Shatter says, Connor, 15 minutes into every conversation, let me show you my penis drawing. True. Fellrunner says, Kalinda and Connor are best friends forever. Well, we're definitely both historical autists, so that works. And then that's the genocide definition thing. So let me just check in with live chat real quick, see how everybody's doing. Oh, you guys didn't even tell me that my debate. I've had 2 cameras up the entire time. I didn't need 2 cameras up. But anyways, DeHammer is talking to AK Bad 2 Sai. I'm not going to worry about that. Hedonic Samuel says, not bad, Connor. Thank you. DeHammer says, but it is the cleanest case of potential genocide. Don't know what that means. Sacred Snow says, incredibly base segment. Well, you know, support the segment. Grassroots has obviously disproportionately supported the segment, and I do appreciate him for that. But like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, parasocial love, and I appreciate you being here. Amy Simba says, it may be a rant, but people oversimplifying complex issues dealing with thousands of millions of people. It's true. It's a fine definition if you're not in disingenuous lefty butthole. I mean, that's probably true. So, Fellrunner says, yes, Kalinda regular stream. Okay, so we need to do, every couple of weeks, we need to do some historical autism streams. That sounds great. Thomas Dudley says, so what you're saying is that Americans aren't corn incarnate. Not yet. I am, but Americans aren't. Rob says, Connor, the legal definition is significantly lower than others because the necessity of intent. The vagueness you described is probably not what she means is narrow. Yeah, that's true. And I could be dealing with lefties who are, and I do see that you're back, but I do see somebody mentioning me that I want to address. Danny Kidd says, maybe we should give back the Strait of Hormuz to the Portuguese. Back then there's no problem like the ones we're having right now. I think the Portuguese, if you got colonial Portuguese to participate in colonialism again, those were some vicious motherfuckers. Apparently Portuguese colonialism was like brutal, like forced conversion, like shoot anybody who doesn't agree with you. Brutal. And then Hedonic Samuel with the 2 says based autism. All right, Kalinda, welcome back. So, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, no, by the way, that would be fun to do like a historical autism stream every couple of weeks or whatever. As far as like what you just said, I mean, like, you are right. Like, that is what they do. Like Vosh and Hassan and all of these guys, they all think that Israel is basically the most evil actor in the Middle East. And they come to this conclusion because Israel's killed a lot of people. Even though this makes no sense, because that Israel's killed less people than Bashar al-Assad, for example, like what you basically just mentioned, like the 500,000 dead in the Syrian civil war. And the Syrian civil war went on so because Bashar al-Assad refused to give up his grip on power. Like, and that guy was a brutal dictator, but nobody gave a fuck. Nobody cares about the fact that Hezbollah literally was his BFF, and they weren't his BFF, but they helped him. And part of the reason why they helped him stay in power, and they assisted him by going into Syria and like fighting on his behalf, and they killed civilians. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this is just based on the fact that none of these people fucking know anything. And so they think Israel's the worst actor. But really, it's just because Israel's friends with the US.
I think it's worse than that. And I'm going to read this. Sacred Snow says, I'm about to get a fat overtime check from a couple of hell shifts. So enjoy my first drippings of oil. Thank you, King. Very much appreciated. But what I was going to say, and that was for $50. So I know that means a lot. Thank you, buddy. But what I was going to say in reference to that, I do think it's partially, you can blame ignorance if you want. I don't, because I think that if you talk to Vosh, not that he talks to anybody anymore, but if Vosh was talking to people, you could probably say, hey man, Bashir al-Assad just massacred a bunch of people. Like, how come you don't have any heat for him? And he'd be like, no, that is bad. Like I had a Syria stream like last week or whatever, and I said it was bad. Like, he would acknowledge it. But I think that the emotional connection is just not there, because you might have mentioned this, the oppressor-oppressed like dynamic, which I think gets overused to dismiss argumentation. But I still think that when it's accurate, it's accurate. It's like, well, when Muslims behave poorly, it's because of colonialism and decolonialism. It's because of the establishment of the nation state of Israel. It's because American meddling in the Middle East and North Africa. And it's because of our hostile, like, petroleum policy, or I guess. But then what frustrates me about that is, like, if you look at the history of the Middle East and North Africa, it's not a history of, like, a single stable empire ruling indefinitely over, like, a multi-ethnic religious polity of like enlightened savants. It's a history of effectively like the caliphates being imperial religious kingdoms that extend past what would be normal nation state borders, and then occupy vast swaths of territory that they don't seem capable of ruling in perpetuity. And then there's just like rival caliphates. It just depends on the time period. There is a caliphate that claims vast domination over the Middle East and North Africa. And that's the history.
Yeah, I mean,
it's overly simplified, I'll admit, but still, like, you could go to like Abbasid, Umayyad, Fatimid, whatever, and if you Google like Umayyad Caliphate at its peak, Abbasid Caliphate at its peak, Fatimid Caliphate at its peak, they're effectively like they retread the geographic territories claimed by the Eastern Roman Empire repeatedly.
Yeah, like there's a lot of that. I don't know, that's, I guess, but these guys always have to make the West be like the worst thing ever, right? So even though that kind of or those kinds of attitudes are like, it's not like we were the only ones who were out there doing like conquering and killing people or whatever, you know, like or that was happening in a whole bunch of other places. But yeah, I mean, listen, I think you're probably right. With regards to Vosh actually definitely wouldn't like he doesn't like defend Assad or whatever. He doesn't even defend Hamas, although lately he's kind of been defending Iran, or rather he thinks Iran should be the regional hegemon instead of Israel, which is absolutely insane and shows that he clearly doesn't know fucking anything about Iran or the way they treat their people.
But oppressor-oppressed dynamics, oppressor-oppressed dynamics. They're the downtrodden Muslims who have been oppressed by colonialism and decolonialism and the establishment of the Zionist state. So even if they're like authoritarian, murderous, monstrous dickheads. And by the way, how can you maintain that position? Here's what's wild to me, and I'd love to hear your take on it. So there was some article, some lefty article that popped up on Twitter, which was my first mistake in reading it. But they were like, well, based off of the conflicts, Israel is actually they say that Iran is the greatest threat to regional stability, but based off of all of these factors, Israel's the greatest threat to regional stability. But they're literally saying that. And here's my thing. If Iran was pissed at the United States and Israel for attacking them and doing decapitation strikes, that makes sense. You want to shoot ballistic missiles at American military bases and at the state of Israel? That makes sense. You know what doesn't make sense when you're trying to become a regional hegemon? Attacking 17 nations that are neighboring you simultaneously. How are you proving yourself not to be a regional threat when you shoot random missiles at Azerbaijan? That's fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah. And they also weren't targeting the military bases like in
they hit random apartment complexes.
They were, but yeah, they did. Like in Dubai, they literally were just shooting at random. Like that kind of shit is crazy to me. The fact that is what happened, and then you see. Also, the other thing that really irritates the fuck out of me too is watching people like Kyle Kalinske, and Vosh is doing it too, basically say that the only reason why America is doing this is because they're evil and they want to kill people, and they're making it sound like all of this was intentional on the part of the United States. The U.S. purposefully blew up that school. They knew it was a school and they didn't give a fuck. Of course, initially it was Israel blew up the school until it turned out that they didn't.
It was an American tomahawk.
It was America, yeah, but they still. I've heard people describe this as genocide. Like it just everybody wants to call all of these people. They need to jump to like the worst thing possible. Nothing can ever be a war. There can't just be war crimes. It has to be genocide.
But that kind of hyperbole is what's frustrating me about the discourse in the left, though. So for instance, like Pisco, maybe it's historical ignorance. So there's this great quote that I think is going to capture our conversations, which is effectively, it's like, those who are ignorant of history are doomed to repeat it. Those who understand history are doomed to watch other people repeat it. So that's how I feel about it. But Pisco said some wild shit to me, and I was like, well, that's not true. And he was like, okay, yeah, it's not true. So he walked it back really, really, really quick. But he said, the Iran war is the most war that war can be. And I was like, what? That's not true. Like, probably the most war that war could be would be like nuclear annihilation. The second most war that war could be like a ground invasion paired with strategic aerial bombing. And there would, like, the Holocaust would probably be just underneath nuclear annihilation. So there's like an entire spectrum of violence where a decapitation strike strategic air campaign, it's pretty bad. It's pretty war. But there's also like a whole spectrum of violence that we seem to be ignoring that seems stupid and ignorant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just not, like, I don't know. It's very stupid. I'm not really surprised necessarily that Pisco would say that kind of thing, but I'm just trying to think of, on the subject of Pisco, just because we're here and we're talking right now.
Sure.
I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to watch your debate with him because it was really fucking long. So, or like one of your many debates with him rather. Did you say that you would prefer, if you had to choose between Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker, did you say you would pick Nick Fuentes? Because apparently I've been told that by people who are probably not so great faith.
No, yes. And I can explain the rationale as well. I stole the rationale from Hutch. So attack Hutch. So the rationale is that, and Hutch did come up with this, or somebody in his chat came up with it, or Larry Hutchinson came up with it. I don't remember who. But the argument was, it depends on how you run the hypothetical. If you run the hypothetical of unlimited power, then obviously like one person is going to be worse than the other. And it's probably going to be Nick Fuentes, because he would, at minimum, deport all the Jews. He would probably make the blacks second-class citizens. He would probably try to denaturalize and deport all the Hispanics. He would probably try to make like a white Christian ethno-state and a Christian imperium, which would maybe be worse than a tanky authoritarian CCP clone in the United States. But realistically, like, I waffle. I legitimately waffle. Like, do you want to live in the Soviet Union or do you want to live in Nazi Germany? Those both sound like they suck ass.
They do. Although I definitely think that the way that I like to describe it is at the top of the ladder of badness is Hitler. One rung down from him is Stalin. That's
Right.
usually how I tend to say, because obviously I think that Nazism was worse. And I think Nazism, had it been around for longer, would have resulted in more deaths, because there was like an insane level of intent behind the specific killing of like certain groups or whatever. Now, by the way,
But I'm
this is
also
tentative
white,
until I
straight
learn more.
male, and I'm white, straight male and Christian coded. So, I could
Yeah.
be okay in an American Nazi empire. So
Yeah.
but
I get it. Yeah.
But then let's talk about muted power. So that's kind of like running the hypothetical in which I could probably admit that a Nick Fuentes neo-Nazi Christian imperium would be marginally worse than a Hassan Piker CCP authoritarian dystopian LARP fest. But when we start talking about limiting power is where it gets interesting. So let's assume that Nick Fuentes and or Hassan Piker are president of the United States, but we still have a Congress, we still have a constitution, we still have rule of law, we still have courts, we still have this, we still have that. Well, then what happens is neither one of them can really execute their agenda, but one of them is an explicit enemy of the United States. And I think Hassan Piker is an explicit enemy of the United States. He doesn't like anything about the United States. And so what Hutch brought up, which I thought was interesting, was that what Hassan would probably do with limited power is he would take every military industrial secret that we have and he would turn it over to the Chinese. And then not only that, he, as commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States, he would surrender Taiwan to the Chinese. He would surrender Israel and the Middle East and North Africa to Iran. He would surrender any kind of soft power or hard power internationally to our rivals and our competitors, and would probably do insane amounts of geopolitical damage. Whereas I think that Nick Fuentes, while he does want a multipolar world where Russia and China checks the international influence of the United States, I don't think he would actually go out of his way to destroy the American empire, resulting in American deaths. And so I actually, in that case, with muted power, I think unironically, I would prefer Nick Fuentes to Hassan.
Okay. I don't necessarily think that Fuentes wouldn't do that, though. Although you've watched more Fuentes than I have, so maybe you can tell me, but like, why wouldn't he just say, fuck it, we're out, and just withdraw America from everywhere around the world and focus on the home front or whatever? Like, doesn't he talk about, he certainly would like abandon Israel to their fate.
Sure. No, but he might do isolationism, but I don't think he would take all of our trade and military secrets and turn it over to our enemies.
No, he probably wouldn't do that, but he would pull out of everything, which means that I imagine that he would probably just leave China to Taiwan. And if America was just going to withdraw from everywhere anyway, I don't know what difference, like materially, that obviously, yes, turning over all that stuff to China would be bad. But is China even going to care about America if America is no longer a player on the global stage anymore, and China is effectively free to take over as the world hegemon? Because I don't like. Does Nick want America to be the world hegemon? Does he care about that?
No, he doesn't. He has a paleocon, pseudo isolationist. Like if anything, the only time that I've seen him talk about regional influence is over the Americas. He basically would not not white supremacist in a neo-Nazi sense, but white supremacist in an academic leftist sense where like white Christian culture is dominant. He would want a white leftist academic, white supremacist American Christian empire that did have influence over Central and South America, but also didn't allow all the Central and South Americans to come up to our beautiful white North America. But here is the difference, though, that I think I can articulate. And I do have another chat scheduled at noon, so I'm going to have to go in a minute or two.
That's fine.
But here's the difference. So China, as a hegemon with an isolationist America, doesn't have Palantir, Eagle Eye, B-21 bombers, B-2 bombers, F-35s, F-22s, strategic... well, they probably have limited strategic bombing capacity now, but they don't have American strategic bombing. They don't have B-52s. They don't have our logistics. They don't have our radios. They don't have our microchips. They don't have all that kind of stuff. And so what I would see as turning over all that technology, I would see that as like solidifying their role as hegemon for decades, if not centuries to come. That's what that would be.
Okay. Yeah, if you're talking about like who can do the most harm to the overall world in that sense, yeah, I do think probably Hassan would be worse in terms of if he was going to help with the rise of China. I guess like it really depends on what lens you look at it through. I suppose in some ways I'm also being selfish because that a Fuentes ruled America would basically mean that he would advance things that would now listen, I'm going to be straight. I don't actually live in the United States. I live in Canada. I'm a Canadian, but my mom is an American and I might have US citizenship, but I'm not sure. Apparently I'm entitled to it because my mom was born. I was born in Canada, but my mom was born in the United States and she lived there like until she was in her 20s, and apparently that entitles one to citizenship. Yeah, and she did do something to register me with the cut. So I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm so interested in U.S. history or whatever. But let's just say that like I did live there, or like I visit America often too. I have a lot of friends there. So I guess like from my sort of perspective and the perspective of all the friends that I have in the United States, Fuentes' social conservatism is something that I loathe with like every fiber of my being. His whole women need to go back in the kitchen, no gays and trans people allowed, all of that shit, like the limiting of personal freedoms. And I know that he would go hard on that. And he would probably, if he had like a full Republican Congress, and if the Republican Party was like insane, he'd probably have the breathing room to do a whole bunch of that stuff. And so like at least Hassan wouldn't do that, you know? So I guess that's kind of because I mean, Hassan doesn't care about that stuff. And I don't think that he would really touch it. Some tankies are actually socially conservative, but Hassan's not.
I think I lean into my own identity as part of my calculation a lot, because I do think it's like it's hyperbolic, but it's also funny. It is funny to imagine, like, have you ever seen Wolfenstein, like the Nazi shooter game or whatever? And
yeah, I played that when I was a kid, and I have also played a New Order, like the
newer one, right?
Or I've played, I played the first one of the two new ones, and then I watched Destiny play the second one on his stream, which was funny.
So with Wolfenstein, I think it's with Wolfenstein. There's a hypothetical invasion of America by Nazi Germany where they're incredibly technologically sophisticated, and then like the Ku Klux Klan and like the white racists of America ally with the Nazis, but they're viewed as like subordinate. And so there's a lot of people who are like going along to get along to avoid being liquidated by the new Nazi empire. And what's funny, I think there's even, because it was made during like the woke era, I think that they ask BJ Blazkowicz, somebody mentioned the main character's name.
Yes,
He goes and meets like a black female rebel leader who's like 1970s disco coded, and she's like, "Are you a minority or are you a degenerate?" And he's like, "I'm not a minority and I'm not a degenerate." And he's like, "You're a Nazi!" And they're like on the verge of like executing him. And I'm not a minority and I'm not a degenerate. So like I would be able to stealth survive the Nicholas Fuentes neo-Nazi imperium. So, it's mostly
exactly.
memes.
Oh,
it's mostly memes.
Yeah, no, I understand. But yeah, obviously, like, because we both have different sorts of things, then that makes sense too. Also, Man in the High Castle is a really good show if you were interested in alternative history about like what if the Nazis won World War II.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
It's highly recommended. For some reason, maybe it's me because my suspension of disbelief. Number one, I don't have a lot of time to watch content solely for entertainment because I do like breakdown channels as well. But the Man in the High Castle, I think the reason I should probably watch it, but I would watch it more from like a psychological and thematic lens of like what people do when their societies are gripped by authoritarianism. I think that would be an interesting study. Like character study, but I think the reason why I can't reach my suspension of disbelief is just because like I don't think with the population of Germany or the population of Japan that truly conquering and seizing North America was ever logistically feasible. And so my brain just like kind of my brain just kind of wraps around like, who's gonna win? Because I think the population was around 100 million or 150 million. Who's going to win? 150 million American rednecks with, rifles, or like 1 million Japanese Imperial Army and 1 million German Nazis? Like if we lost that conflict, it would be because we were pussies.
I know, exactly.
It would be bad.
Yeah. Also, I have two things before I go, because you did say you like doing like media analysis or whatever. Black Sails is my favorite TV show. It's about pirates. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. Yeah, it's really good. The other it's like 4 seasons long though. The other thing is Conduit says thank you for watching his videos on your stream.
I love Conduit. Let me pull up Conduit real quick. Is he the guy who does the I watched whatever? I watched or I watched this guy for a week and this is what I got
for 1 week. Yeah.
Dude, Conduit. Yeah. Not only are you making good content, but Doobie has like a huge beef with you, which I think is bullshit. I watched Asmongold for a week.
Oh, no.
So what he's saying, which I think is horseshit. He's saying that like, he dishonestly framed Kyle Kalinske or something like that, and I can show where he was lying about something. I didn't see that at all. So if like I didn't see a single dishonest thing that you posted or whatever. So if you ever have an opportunity to beef with one of those guys who's your critics, I would love to see it, because I would love to see them accuse you of specific dishonesty, and then I would love to see you defend that, because I don't see it. I don't see it. They were what was it? I think it might have been Pisco as well. Pisco was accusing you of being dishonest.
Pisco did it. I lost my shit watching Pisco react to
the Kyle thing. Dude, sorry if I'm interrupting, but watching Pisco's coverage of Conduit with the Kyle thing, he was like, Conduit needs to make his own standalone arguments besides just appealing to the fact that the person he's watching is an idiot. And I'm like, no, he doesn't. Like, he can just show you an idiot and imply that this person is stupid, and that is perfectly viable content. So I think he's doing the Lord's work.
I don't. Pisco runs way too much defense for Hassan, and it annoys me. I don't think that he's doing it, unlike DGGers might say, because he's trying to like get in good with these people or whatever. But eventually, he's got a lot of tankies in his community. They will eventually turn on him. It'll happen. I don't know when, but it'll happen, because that's what always happens.
If
these people turn on you
not-
eventually.
he's splitting the difference right now between the liberals and the giga progressives and the leftists, and he's trying to maintain the coalition as much as he can within his small niche of the internet, because I think that he thinks that that is the electoral coalition that's necessary in order to win future elections. However, I do think that it's not a tenable position, because the liberals are always going to want you to call out the leftists and the giga woke progressives, and the giga woke progressives and the leftists, tepidly agreeing with them is never going to be sufficient. It's never going to be enough. Eventually they will
and they're gonna
cannibalize you for
purity
being
test.
insufficiently pure. Yep.
Yeah. It's stupid, but I think that that's it. Because you said you had to go at noon, and it is now 12:09. So
Sure. Yeah.
yeah,
Terrifier
I
saying
should-
ready whenever you are, no rush. So yeah, I'll jump in with Terrifier in a second. But it was fun. I don't like to put pressure on other creators for routine collabs, because obviously, like, we're all doing our own thing. We all got our own schedule, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I had an awesome time. And then I would say in the future, if there's, number one, a debate topic or a specific topic that you want to yap about, that I would love to. And then also I would say, even if on a every other week basis or once a month basis or something like that, you just wanted to have like a historical autist yap session, it's one of my favorite topics, and my audience loves it. Apparently, apparently all my regulars had a phenomenal time having a autistic historical yap session.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I'm glad. I enjoy doing that. And I've also been digging a lot into like Ukrainian and Russian history too, because I'm going to debate Laxoid soon, because Jesus Christ, I feel like nobody has sufficiently destroyed him on his bullshit about Ukraine and Euromaidan and his insane, he's basically just parroting Russian talking points, but nobody has really yeah, I feel like everybody who normally talks about this is sick of having those arguments, and I've never had those arguments. So yeah, I'm gonna do that on Whip.
If he
at the
doesn't
beginning
respond
of
to your
April.
DMs, let me know. He normally responds to my DMs, so if he needs a little gentle push in order
no,
to talk to you.
No, he has. It's I don't know if we've fully scheduled it, but it should be at the beginning of April on Wick's stream. I tried to get it to be on Destiny's stream, and Destiny said that he couldn't because he hates Lactoid too much. But you know, I'm sure people will react to it. But yeah,
rude and weak, but that's okay. That Destiny,
No,
I'm
I
a sensitive
get
soul.
it.
Destiny's a sensitive soul, so I get it.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, thanks very much.
No, it was a blast.
I'll
I
see you
appreciate it.
later.
I hope you have a great day, and I'm gonna go run and do some more content.
Yeah. Yep. See ya. Bye.
right.
Bye, chat.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call Terrifier momentarily, but I want to thank the people who supported, and I don't want to make anybody jealous because my Oilers oiled today, and I really, 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 really appreciate it. So we had Grassroots with a 20, Grassroots with a 50, Grassroots with a 20. Is this Fell Runner? It looks like Fell Runner with the 5, Anonymous Chatter with the 5, Fell Runner with the renewed membership, Grassroots with the 20, Hedonic Samuel with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, Grassroots with the 10. And then I don't see Sacred Snow's donation right now, but Sacred Snow also did $50, unless he refunded it. I hope he didn't refund it, but that's okay. If you're brokies and you got to pay your bills and you need to refund a donation, do it. But Sacred Snow with the 50 said, I'm about to get absolutely fat overtime check from a couple of hell shifts, so enjoy my first drippings of oil. I do appreciate it, King. I know that, and Samson for the 5 says, good combo with the nice lady. Thank you. I think I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun too. What I was going to say is, I know that with 100 to 150 live viewers, if people give me $5, $10, $20 or whatever, and like 3 or 4 people donate to me, then I'm making more than $20 an hour, which is amazing. And I love that. And sometimes I make more than that. Sometimes I make less than that, but it's still amazing. But I do know that a lot of you guys are wage cagers who are working your asses off for 10 to 30 bucks an hour, 10 to 40 bucks an hour. And I know how rough the economy is out there. So basically, yes, I need chips. Yes, I need oil. Yes, I need to keep the stream running. But if you're just like a stream regular and you're literally just surviving, don't worry about it. I genuinely do appreciate my regulars, even if they can't chip, even if they can't oil. I love that you guys choose to hang out in the cog. Even if you can't financially support the stream, it still means a lot to me. And Grassroots with another 50. Thank you for oiling today, King. Thank you for oiling on Monday as well. My ex was reading one of those articles to me, that's like a personality test, and asked, would you consider yourself particularly kind or particularly reasonable? And I said kind, and got a look that made me say I'm not particularly reasonable. Yeah, I don't know if I'm particularly kind or particularly reasonable. If I had to pick one, I would probably pick reasonable over kind. So yeah, whoopsie doopsie. Let's go ahead and call Terrifier though. Terrifier wanted to yap, and I want to yap as well. So let me call Terrifier real quick.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? How should I refer to you?
Just call me Cards. That's what people refer to me online, and generally, I think that just simple,
Cards?
easy name. Yeah.
Like CARDS?
Yes, Cards like that. Yep.
Okay, cool. Then, Cards, can you introduce yourself to my chat? And I might have to run away and get some caffeine in a second, so you might have to run a solo show for a minute or two.
Oh yeah, no.
But before
I'll
we do
grab
that, just so we can get into the vibes, I suppose. Who are you? What are you about? And what are we discussing today?
I'm Cards. I would say I'm not really a super like a political debate person. This is actually like the first real quote unquote formal debate I have. I am mostly a creative. I draw, I write, I have my own game I'm working on. It's nothing big. It's just and I also slave away at a real job. I am a wagey. I work 9 to 6 on weekends. And and you said what I'm here about. Today I just kind of wanted to get an understanding of your political beliefs because for the most part I've kind of entered a state where I've struggled to kind of understand the conservative mindset. And there was a debate I saw from you with I think Destiny. And
Mm-hmm.
when I saw that debate, I actually ended up agreeing more with you, and I was like, okay, this guy has some reasonability to him. I feel like there's maybe an understanding I can have here. So that's why
Sure.
I wanted to get in to have this debate.
Excellent. Then, can you tell, just because I'm very happy to have that discussion, but I do need to hydrate and grab additional caffeine, can you tell my chat about some of your creative projects for the next 100 seconds so I can
Yes,
go refill
gladly.
my tea and get some water?
Yeah, I can.
All right. I'll
Yeah.
be right back. Chat, don't go anywhere. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a memberships, you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. And I'll be right back.
Hello, chat. I oh goodness. Where'd the stream go? Why can't I see it? What? Wait. Why? Why can't I see it? Oh God. Oh God, where'd it go? Chat, help me. Where's the stream? I'm clicking on I'm clicking on his channel and I don't see it. Oh no. I'm already failing. I'm already failing. Uh where is it? There it is. There it is. Okay, we're back. We're back. So, yeah, I like drawing. No, I see you. I like drawing like weird like robot characters. My game is about like exploring kind of liminal space type things. Not not like it's not anything like 3D. It's a 2D game. It's because I have a real fascination with older architecture and older interior design. And I always hate when millennial stuff kind of gets into this like oh generic white everything's bland like architecture style. And I kind of wanted to make a game where I can build out like little rooms and little places I visit on my travels because I travel along the Midwest a lot, and there's a lot of places you'll see that are still that older style of America, like 70s, 80s, 90s, sometimes 60s. And I really mess with it. No, I don't draw robot Rule 34. No, I'm not a furry commissioner. No, 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 no. Beige is boring indeed. I miss the browns of the 80s, you know? Like everything used to be like browns, oranges. It was natural. Do y'all miss conversation pits? I miss conversation pits. I never had one, but I think I went to one once and it was really cool. But yeah, no, my game is kind of meant to be a little capture piece of old architectural styles. People would call it kind of a liminal space thing where you just walk through these different environments, experience them. I have like little characters that you can interact with, and it's kind of this thing that's like stuck in the past, I want to say.
Well, my apologies for jumping into or jumping in and doing intros and then dipping out, but I am back and I do have caffeine.
Welcome back.
All right. Well, what's your I could actually speak extemporaneously about conservatism for prolonged periods, but I don't know if that would be entertaining at all.
No,
So what would be
I mean,
your first
all
question
right.
or point of
Uh,
contention?
no, first diving in, I would like to hear what separates you from other conservatives? Because I think that's what I asked you, and I would say what is like your big friction right now with the modern conservative movement?
uh, I think that conservatives nowadays are effectively whatever Trump says. Any ideological pretense that they once had of being sophisticated, historical, political, and economic philosopher kings that should be empowered by society, I think that's totally disappeared. And it's unfortunate because there's actually a pretty rich tradition there. And what I would say is they've abandoned fiscal conservatism, social conservatism, Burkean conservatism. They've abandoned a lot of neoconservatism. They've abandoned a lot of old conservative philosophies in the American zeitgeist, and they traded it in for a new, sexy national conservative philosophy. But there's one problem: national conservatism sucks. So.
Yeah, I would say I agree with you. Uh, what do you think about the Epstein thing? Because I feel like that's a big issue that conservatives right now, particularly like the Trump and type MAGA type people, are kind of getting themselves caught up on because they can't seem to like square the fact that their leader, their personality is like connected to all of this. And I've seen so many people jump through so many loops. And what's kind of concerning is even on like the liberal side, you see people like Destiny and Hutch, like they both kind of think like the Epstein stuff is super conspiratorial for some reason. Why do you what do you think about all that?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the last part first and then go back to the first part. So the last part first is I think the way that I am conspiracy brained, the way that I can infer from evidence that there are people who are engaged in malicious and nefarious actions, and sometimes I can be a little bit too quick to that judgment. I think that they are the opposite, and they are too slow to that judgment. So if you had my suspicion that Jeffrey Epstein was a connected intelligence figure who was able to leverage his past with three-letter agencies in order to get a reduced sentence, I probably believed that 2 years ago, 3 years ago,
Yeah.
right? Which these people would say, I didn't have sufficient evidence to warrant that belief, but now I think there is sufficient evidence to warrant that belief. And I think that they're the opposite. They basically need like a picture of somebody shooting somebody in the face, and then they need a smoke. They literally need a smoking gun in order to believe anything that's conspiratorial in
Yeah.
nature.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue I've had. I've been coming to this conclusion over time now that people, you can generally like get their opinion on one thing, and depending on how they go about it, you can kind of apply it to other things. So like I think the problem here you're kind of seeing with like how kind of liberals respond to this is that they're very proceduralist, which again, it has its benefits, but it ends up leading you to having a lot of blind spots, especially if per se like someone comes and runs and hits you with a hammer. Like you're not going to have like anything to like stop you if someone comes up and hit you with a hammer. Again, super basic analogy, but I think that's kind of what these people fall into, and kind of what I kind of get a bit critical about.
Yeah. And then what you mentioned too is like, how do I view how the Epstein files are affecting conservatism? And what I would say is I hate that we have to have like a criminal ephemophilic sex trafficking ring in order to destroy Trump and his cronies. But I am happy that it's happening. And I do think that it's kind of like the obvious flaw in cults of personality is what if your personality is malicious or evil or nefarious. And that's where I think that, I don't know if you're familiar with these characters, but Nick Fuentes, Christian nationalist, dissident, right-wing authoritarian guy, he wants a new Hitler, right? His problem with
Yeah,
Donald
he's
Trump
nuts.
is that he's insufficiently authoritarian. He's insufficiently racist. He's insufficiently anti-Semitic. And then with Curtis Yarvin, he's like kind of like the philosophical darling of Peter Thiel and the techno-feudalists. And he's arguing that democracy and liberal republicanism has failed. And so basically we need a new strongman leader. The fact that that was used as a pretext to back Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump ended up being a grifting, hypocritical, con man, ephemophilic sex trafficking rapist is one of the richest political ironies I could possibly imagine emanating from this movement. So I'm actually pretty happy.
Yeah, I understand that. I've actually been seeing appearing on my timeline like clips of Nick Fuentes getting kind of irritated and upset with his audience because they're so stupid. Like
Yeah.
he'll literally just sit there and his hands are in his face. I feel like that's kind of the thing with the conservative movement right now is again, I don't like to generalize too much, but I feel like I end up falling into it. I feel like the conservative movement is just dominated by stupidity right now. Like I don't think that'd be an unfair statement, right?
The reason why it might be mean, but I agree with it, is populism was never supposed to be a left wing, or excuse me, a right wing idea. Okay. So if you looked at like the left and right, and this is part of like the way that I understand conservatism, is that the conservatism emanates from Edmund Burke analyzing the French Revolution. And so he believed that the French monarchy and its institutions had become so stagnant that they were brittle, and there were progressive and liberal revolutionaries who wanted to change society. And basically, the stagnation and brittleness of the institutions of France radicalized the revolutionaries to the point that it imploded French society. And so his argument was that you effectively needed intelligent guards of the status quo who were capable of preserving the institutions that existed that were necessary, were capable of criticizing the next wave of reform, and were capable of integrating good ideas and eliminating bad ideas. And that's supposed to be the philosophical foundation of conservatism, but nobody even knows who Edmund Burke is in a modern context, and that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, no, I don't even think a lot of the people voting right now kind of have any ideas of what the three branches of government are. They just
No. Well, and
uh
by the way, Republicans and conservatives used to make this argument. They used to say that the vulgar populist masses are so stupid and so ignorant, they should barely be trusted with any power whatsoever. And what Trump has done is he's flipped that on his head through rhetorical populism, where he says, no, you, the downtrodden white working class, you are the true Americans. You're the true saviors of the republic. In you is the true destiny of America. And so he kind of appeals to that like economic and social populism in order to achieve power, which was formerly a left-wing tactic. That wasn't a right-wing tactic. The right wing was formerly made up of elitists.
Yeah, no, it's interesting how it's kind of flipped on its head where I've been kind of fascinated by it, where it feels like at least when it comes to Democrats like actually like in power in like office, they kind of have this sneering attitude towards their voters, whereas I feel like the Republicans kind of now are are basically held on, not held on a leash, but like they kind of have to, they can't ignore the Trump MAGA movement anymore.
Yeah.
So it's weird that that inversion has happened.
Well, not only is it weird, nobody knows what to do with it, because the truth is that this machinery that's been built by Donald Trump kind of only works if you consistently keep up the populist rhetoric and also keep appealing to the, you know, the white working class, quote unquote, like vulgar masses. But the truth is that Donald Trump has betrayed a lot of their priorities through poor economics, sweeping the Epstein files, and now military adventurism in Iran. He's basically like screwed over what his base wants. And so, how is JD Vance or Marco Rubio going to trick the vulgar masses next election cycle when Trump himself imploded it right before they got power?
Yeah, no, that's going to be interesting because I think right now there's an issue that I personally have with politics that's very upsetting to me is I don't think pop politics is like held down by merely policy anymore. It's entirely personality. And I kind of wonder what conservatives will even like come about in the post-Trump era to match that personality because as much as I don't like Trump for anything he does, pretty much, like he is a very captivating personality, and that's what unfortunately seems like it's a big deal in politics right now, is having that personality, having that drive. And there's not a lot of main characters for the right now, or
I don't
I
see it. I don't see it. I think the person who's best positioned to have a cult of personality surrounding them that rides in a wave of economic and social populism, weirdly enough, is James Tallarico out of Texas. He's basically like a white Obama with Bernie Sanders platform, and he's a Democrat. That's the next guy that I could see seize upon um, a populist wave.
yeah, definitely. I think that both ends right now are kind of failing to understand and meet Trump. Uh, sorry. One moment here. Uh, to not to kind of rush the conversation along because I think we've had a good topic here. I'd like to talk briefly about what personally kind of scared me off from the Republican Party when I was younger, and that was the insane amounts of not. And it's complicated because I understand that, yeah, conservatives conserve things, but I feel like the insane level of hatred towards like minorities has like just gone through the roof, and I would like to hear what you think about that because that's kind of what pushed me away from them when I was younger, and has kind of continued to keep me away from them.
No, and it probably should. The what I would say though is the Republican Party is a walking contradiction of simultaneously showing policy hostility to certain segments of society while also being comprised of those same segments of society. It's actually really, really, really ironic that
Yeah, no.
I think Hispanics are going to be like a huge part of the Republican ticket in the next few decades. So their like open hostility to Hispanics now is kind of like deeply ironic. But what I would say is we have to decide what we are. And this is the national conservative philosophy kind of rearing its ugly head. So national conservatism, even if you're already aware, I'm going to articulate it for chat. National conservatism is like a newer philosophy. It's come out in the past 20 or 30 years, but arguably it extends backwards to a bunch of nationalist ideologies of the 19th and 20th century. And it effectively, it takes like almost like an evolutionary psychology perspective on statehood and nationhood, which is that nation states are comprised of individuals who then make up families, who then make up communities, who then make up cities, who then make up states, that then make up a country. But all along these like growths into larger and larger political entities, there's typically like a shared value system. They're either ethnically similar, linguistically similar, religiously similar, or politically similar. And so as a result, these tribes are what a nation truly is a series of politically aligned tribes. And the problem, excuse me, the problem with liberalism, insofar as they criticize liberalism, is that it roots the tribal identity to these ephemeral ideologies of like liberalism and Enlightenment values. And that kind of ignores like the tribal mindset of humans. And so you take Muslims, Jews, Hindus, atheists, pagans, people from all over the world, people of different language groups, and if you blend them all together in the same location, you probably will get some integration eventually. But the truth is that you're causing a lot of conflict because you're basically forcing people who don't have this ground up tribal identity you're not letting them like organically form. You're basically forcing them into a group identity surrounding ephemeral liberal ideology. And that's why we have so much social strife in the United States, is because of our top-down ideological political system. So I yapped for 2 minutes, so I just want to make sure you don't have any questions or concerns about my characterization
No,
of that
I
argument.
understand. I understand what you're saying.
And by the way, this is JD Vance. This is like JD Vance and Mearsheimer and a bunch of other people. They all sincerely believe this diagnosis.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think of where I want to go with this. No. I think. What would you say? Because this is kind of semi-related, I guess. Again, not to veer us off, but I'm very I'd say very socially progressive. Like very supportive of gay, trans rights, stuff like that. But when it comes to financial policy, I've kind of been in a weird spot where I don't know what the best path forward is for America right now, because I see it in my day-to-day life. I see it from the people I talk to. Everyone is fucking struggling right now. And I feel like neither party really has the message to get through to people right now. Everyone is miserable. Everyone is suffering. And it feels like the Democrats are just kind of stuck in this like loop where they just kind of want to put little fidgety policies through that sure help people in the short term, but really aren't all that useful if you are in like certain tax brackets or whatever. And the Republicans are kind of lost on their own thing. So to that as well, do you view yourself as someone who should entirely focus on our people right now, or should we still try to be like this weird like simultaneous like focus on our people, but also like try to still be the world order essentially?
Dude, I love the world order. so hold on. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive, and I actually think that they're not only compatible, they're like necessarily compatible. So give me some rope real quick. So I'm a civic nationalist. I believe in the proposition of the United States. And so I believe in the proposition, like the thing that they're criticizing liberalism for is, sorry, there's somebody who's being silly in chat, and I kind of need to address them. So Sedek says Connor's debate form and technique are off. And then what has he said? He said something like, "Oh, Connor's getting trounced right now," and it's like, dude, you're not even
What?
watching the content.
We're
Just
literally
having a
we're having a
conversation.
Yeah, no, we've not yelled at each other. We've not gotten mad. Like literally, I've just tried to understand.
I don't even think he's watching the content though. I think he's just saying that so I get triggered
No.
because I get triggered so easily.
No. Oh,
All right.
God.
Anyways. The Sorry. So I do believe in the propositional nation, but I still think that descriptively, their argument for how societies emerge makes sense. But I think that mixed economy capitalism really is the vehicle through which, like, until we have like gay luxury robot automation shit, I think that mixed economy capitalism is probably the best way forward. And so what that means is the vast majority of the population is productive, except for old people and children. Okay? Those are like old people, disabled people, and children are the people who are exempted from economic and social productivity. But
Yeah.
everybody else needs to be and needs to train to be economically and socially productive. So if you're an Instagram model or an OnlyFans model, or if you're a oil worker or something, an oil worker, a car manufacturer, whatever, you need to spend, you know, there's 167 hours in a week. A third of that you're asleep. A third of that you should be able to play. A third of that you need to work. And so the third of the work, not only do you need to socially and economically contribute to the communities that you're a part of, but then the federal government needs to take a slice of your productivity, 10%, 20%, something like that, and then they spend that on the institutional framework that allows society to be healthy, happy, and productive in the future, which does involve a unfortunately right now it's just true, international security force that secures global commerce.
I think I would agree with you and understand your worldview. I think that's generally how things are set up right now. I think there's just I think people right now are facing way more hardships than they need to be. There's a lot of wealth disparity, as well as the fact that I think culturally America is in a weird spot right now where I think a lot of people are way too individualist, and I would like to hear if you like disagree with that, or what you would take away from that.
Well, yeah, no, I think I'm a communitarian, and this is part of the problem with libertarianism. I really, really, really wish I have two Oilers in chat. I have Patriarch, who's a drone manufacturer in Ukraine, and he's making $1 billion blowing up Russians. I don't know if that's true. I'm mostly making that up. But he is an Oiler. And then I have Grassroots Hegemon, who is like a conservatarian, libertarian, electrical engineer bro. And I wish I could just pander to them. I wish I could just go, I'm a libertarian. Fuck the state. Taxation is gay. You know, like I wish I could just do that.
No, you can't have a country like that, because you see what happens in America when our taxes are low. Like, our streets are crumbling, our infrastructure is just I would say falling apart right now. Like, we are not in a great spot relative to our wealth, and I think that's a huge issue.
Right. And so for me, I'm a communitarian, because I think where the socialists and the fascists go too far is they become collectivists. So they think that like the solution to the suffering of society is to basically collectivize everything and then force individuals to just subordinate to the larger group, and then therefore will achieve harmony through that subordination. But I think that's also incorrect. Somebody introduced me to the concept of communitarianism, which is effectively just acknowledging, this is how simple this idea is, unfortunately it's not more popular, is we are both simultaneously individuals and social creatures, and we exist within this tension of our individual aspirations and our collective responsibility. And collective responsibility can become so demanding and so overwhelming that it oppresses the individual. But likewise, the individual can become so selfish and so self-interested and so malicious towards the collective that they effectively become like a social cancer. And so that's where communitarianism kind of says, we acknowledge that individuals exist and they need to look out in their own self-interest. We acknowledge that communities and collectives exist and they need to impose duties upon individuals, but we need to exist between the tension of these two groups and not let either of these ideas dominate the other. But unfortunately, that doesn't fit on a bumper sticker.
Yeah, I understand that philosophy. Kind of to springboard off of that and ask you a question. If you would want to sort of push all these ideas that you have in the conservative movement, what would you kind of do to get conservatives to and again, I'm asking the world from you here, but again, like the thing that again puts me off from conservatives so much is like all of the super like anti-gay, anti-like minority shit, because I think that's like the biggest thing that's going to hurt them in the long term if they don't realize that like obviously I think they've been pushed along by history, just like the way things naturally go, but I feel like if you would want to have that sort of movement, I understand. I think I would agree with a good chunk of how you think we should go in terms of our handling our country and economically.
I
I would
would
just wonder how
take
you would approach that.
I would take the good things of liberalism and progressive philosophy, and I would make them conservative coded. So, for instance, like let's say that we truly discovered that we could revolutionize the energy grid, adopt electric vehicles, and then we would cut out a third of global warming emissions. And as a result, we would have all these amazing environmental benefits that were necessary for the continuation of the propagation of the species. What I would do is I would make a commercial of a Ford F-150 Lightning with a minigun on the back, doing 0 to 60 in like 3.5 seconds, loading you know, I don't know if you know this about the F-150 Lightning, which apparently it's a bust. I really wish Ford would have called me before the sales didn't do so well. But then I would put like strippers in the front engine compartment doesn't need an engine, so it's actually just a fancy trunk. So I would have like strippers riding shotgun in the trunk. And so I know that that's like silly, but I'm really trying to point to this. It's like there are good ideas that are good for America, but the reason why the right wing won't accept them is because the aesthetics are wrong and they don't want to be cringe and lame and gay.
I understand that completely. Yeah, no, that's been an issue with me is that I'm very socially progressive, but I also tend to be incredibly edgy and I wouldn't want to say more conservative minded on some things, but like my attitudes and like my social interest and stuff kind of pushes me to being like maybe more old fashioned than a lot of people are. So when
Mhm.
I do see like some more progressive ideas that I do agree with get couched in it sounds
We,
silly, but gay and lame language, it does kind of bother me. So I
well,
relate
yeah,
to
and
that.
and I try not to use gay as a pejorative, but I think everybody knows what I'm pointing at, which is there is kind of like a homophobic fear of appearing like looking like effeminate or weak or too liberal or too progressive or too kind or too whatever. There's some kind of anxiety around that, and so you could just dress up good things in conservative aesthetics, and they would probably get adopted. Now, I did get a donation from Doobie, and he wanted to ask a specific question. So even if it's biting, I don't even know the question, but I'm going to read it to you. For
Yeah.
cards, would you support a conservatism that argues for the U.S. to maintain a white plurality for the next 1,000 years because it's necessary to maintain the American culture / project?
Um uh I'm
Can I give
er,
you the expansive argument?
yeah, yeah, I would like to hear your bigger argument because
So
this
I'm a Latino futurist. Okay, I think that Hispanics are going to be a huge part of the North American project going forward, but I do think that there's Northern European traditions, cultural affects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that should be preserved consciously over the next 1,000 years as the Americas becomes more and more of a melting pot. And so what I was saying is that if you look at current demographic trends, it seems like 90% of people like marry within their own race. Like almost across every demography, people tend to marry within their own race. But that 10% is going to mix everything up. So what I was saying is that the whites, the Hispanics, and the Asians and the blacks should reach a demographic plurality, meaning that like nobody is in a majority, but they all share like 20 to 40% of the population. But then the Northern European white demographic should be the vehicle through which things that I care about are preserved. So for instance, like I do like English over Romance languages. I like English over French, and I like English over Spanish. So I would want the United States to remain like a English language country. Same thing with like timeliness. You know, there was this whole thing with the Smithsonian several years ago where they released a whole bunch of traditionally white cultural tropes, and they just like listed random European Protestant work ethic stereotypes. And even if we're demographically largely Hispanic, I want to preserve that cultural tradition in North America. So that's kind of what I was laying out for Doobie. And then Doobie called me a white nationalist because I wanted white people to exist 1,000 years from now.
No, I would say that racial demographics are like a very hard thing to quantify, because how we see white in America is very different from how because like I don't know if you know this, but like over in like Slavic countries, basically like if you're just like slightly over the border, you're basically like black to them. But
Yep.
no, this is again like another kind of more I would say conservative opinion that I have, is that I would say generally like the cultural values and wants that are quote unquote traditionally European are definitely ones that I prefer to uphold. And there is like a again, this is kind of merging my conservative takes, I would say, with my edgy ones, but I think that there's a lot of really scary shit that comes out of religion, some more than others. Uh, uh, like uh, like it always kind of vexes me how a lot of like more progressive people constantly have criticisms of Christianity, to which there
Mm-hmm.
are, especially right now with like the conservative Zionist like insane like death cult movement. But it kind of baffles me that sometimes like progressives and leftists don't have like that same energy and frustration towards like Islamist stuff, which is very like overwhelmingly anti-LGBTQ plus. Whereas I
Yeah.
think y- all of these
Unfortunately, I feel like you're calling a spade, but Doobie is going to refer to you as a white nationalist from now on because you didn't immediately disavow me.
no,
It's fine. It's
no.
fine. So hold on. We got 3 super chats. I'm just going to read them real quick just so we can get back into the
Yeah.
content. But Doobie says, just wanted to point out how cute it is that you're both stuck in a past that no one cares about anyone anymore. No one cares about crusty ass Burke. 80s interior design was ugly as fuck. Welcome to the 2020s. Okay, well, as a
Oh, okay.
conservative, I want to conserve good ideas and eliminate bad ideas, so fuck everybody else. Anonymous
No.
chatter for 2 says, Doobie one guy bingo. Doobie for 10. Oh, god damn it, Doobie. Stop. Doobie. Okay, so just to give you a warning, okay,
Yeah.
Terrifier cards.
Of course. Yep.
Doobie does this thing where he harasses me via super chats, but I feel
No.
compelled to read them because the more I read them, the more he harasses me with super chats. So it does kind of interrupt the flow of content, but it also
Yeah.
it's made me $40 in the past 20 minutes. So like,
Uh.
I can't argue with it too much. So let me read these 2 super chats and then Doobie stop. We're trying to have a conversation. So Doobie for 10 says the language is not English anymore. It's American. Decolonize your mind. Okay, that's actually unironically based. And then Doobie for 10 says, does Cards have any criticisms of Judaism? Yeah, he just did. He just criticized
Yeah, no,
Zionism.
no, like the insane cult like relationship like a lot of Christians in power in America have to Israel is like fucking scary. Like I don't think we should like nuke Israel or whatever, but like at the
Yeah,
same
to
time, I don't
usher
think
in
we
the apocalypse so Jesus
yeah, like
returns. Yeah.
I don't think we should essentially be giving them like free healthcare, free weapons and all that shit. Like I completely disagree with how we're handling that right now. But I kind of wanted to touch on the previous super chat because
Do
we were
it.
talking about interior design. Uh, here's my I don't want to say culturally conservative, but like I want to push ourselves to go back to older fashion and older interior styles and older
Based.
looks for things in general, because I think the way that like the iPhone, everything's like this white and gray mush, like I hate it so much. Like
This
it
is
is
what they
so
took from
terrible.
you. The 2000s iPhone. So,
No,
like,
and to add on to that, I've seen a lot of people that like more progressive people kind of say stuff that like vaporwave is like inherently like neo-Nazi, and that always just like vexes me, because I'm someone who is like very incredibly socially progressive, like probably woker than most people here in that regard. But when it comes to like in terms of like how we like manage our culture, how we manage our like aesthetics, because I think that means a lot to people, like how things look, how much colors in our world, how much the environments that we live in are comfortable. Like
it's true.
there is an appeal and a want for, I think, many people to return to more vintage looks for everything. Like
Well,
clearly you can see it.
I love like art deco futurism. I love steampunk. There's this entire movement called Art Nouveau, which is effectively like you take classical styles of architecture, door making, vase making, lamp making, like all this shit. You basically take like artistic talents that are hundreds if not thousands of years old, but then you use it to make modern shit. And I think that aesthetic is so cool. But anyways, the reason why I'm kind of going along this line of argumentation or conceptualization though is that I do think that there should be the Republican Party that was idealized in the 90s and thousands, but it might have never been real. But the way that they argued was like, no, we're technocratic elites. We know what's good for society. We know how to make the economy hum. We know how to build cool shit. We know how to incentivize good social behavior. Therefore, put us in power and we're going to make America amazing. But then what kind of happened, at least this is definitely the perception from my generation, is that Republicans made that argument, but then what they actually did is they slashed social safety nets and they cut taxes and they went to war. And all that
Yeah, that
did is just make them and their friends rich. It didn't actually technocratically improve the United States of America.
Yeah, no, like I hate the shit out of people like Bill Clinton or like Obama or whatever. Like I think Obama had a shit ton of failures, and I think that's kind of what led to Trump having so much sway, is that I think for a while there, and again, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, is that Republicans would kind of come in, wreck the economy essentially, and the Democrats would kind of half pick up the pieces, but not really. And I feel
Yeah.
like that's kind of like the push and pull for the last however many years.
No, it has been, and that's kind of like when you look at the economic recoveries or whatever. Effectively, the deregulation ushered in by the Republicans, oftentimes when it comes to slashing the social safety nets in the 80s or 90s, slashing the regulation around housing and even subsidizing housing in the 80s and 90s, leading to the housing burst, the dot-com bubble in the thousands, the AI bubble that we're currently in that's probably going to burst eventually. A lot of these things are caused by Republican free marketeers and their liberal sympathizers, I suppose, who basically like they just want to make money hand over fist, and they want to play a game of economic musical chairs. And if as long as they're left in the chairs with a shitload of cash, they don't care how many people don't have a seat. And I think
Yeah,
that while that game can be interesting for innovation, I think that Americans are so sick of getting fucked over economically that there's actually almost like a populist economic revolt within the United States that effectively says that if the elites keep fucking around, we might eventually guillotine them. At least that's the
Yeah,
rhetoric that I see on social media.
that's definitely what's happening right now. Is I think people are kind of so fed up with the revolving door of because here's the thing that's happened with America over time is I think we used to have like rich people, and again I'm not I'm not opposed to like millionaires existing. I'm not opposed to millionaires existing or the concept of rich people existing, but I think we should try and kind of curb our society to where those things come about less often, and the wealth disparity less bad than it currently is.
Well,
Basic
the
stuff,
way
but
that I would do that though, because I think this is another frustration, especially as an entrepreneur, but also as a person who pays taxes with a young family. So I seriously straight up think that if you look at the economic distribution of society, that 80% of taxes are paid by rich people, right? Now that's kind of like, oh, well, the rich people are paying their fair share. But that's not really what the picture says. What the picture says is that the rich people are so fucking rich that the bottom 90% of society collectively paying 10 to 20% of their earnings to the federal government is piss in the ocean compared to the upper echelons of society, meaning that it's not that the rich are quote unquote paying their fair share, it's that the poor have almost nothing to pay with.
yeah, you can.
So oh, sorry, I
Yeah,
was just
you
going to go and launch into a progressive taxation rant.
continue.
However, I think what happens, especially with like middle class Americans, is because the tax rates are so aggressive. Once you get past like reasonable living, once you get past 100 grand or 200 grand, the tax rate really does go to 40%, and you have to be creative in order to eliminate your tax liability. So Uncle Sam doesn't straight up take a third of the cash that you've earned. The middle class is hostile to tax increases because they're afraid that they're going to get fucked over in the mix. But I literally would like cut taxes in half for people making under $1 million. I would literally like double the tax rate. And what I mean by that is, so let's say that for single people up to $100,000, you pay 24%. You pay 12% up to 50K, and you pay 24% up to 100K. I would literally double the bracket. So you only pay 12% up to 100K, and then you pay 24% on 100K to 200K. That way you have a lot more breathing room if you're working class or middle class. But I yapped for 5 minutes, so I'm going to shut up for a second so you can respond.
No. I understand. It's kind of poking at the same problem, but I would agree that again, I think it would be good for people, good for obviously wealthy people to pay more taxes, but I also think that we should have an economy where people are paying taxes and they feel good about it because they see their roads getting fixed, they see their communities improving, getting better infrastructure, getting new buildings built. Just like stuff like that helps keep people content and happy so much. To kind of branch off from that into another topic that I would kind of say maybe aligns more conservatively is that I'm not huge on big cities. I've never been a huge like city liver myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like in America we kind of have a problem where too many people want to live in cities, but everything that is in a city in America, if you're not like on the very early like tightly knit developments of it is like not great living. Like these super sprawled out like suburban residences are clearly not great living scenarios either. So what would you, if you were in charge and wanted to start planning like new cities or new developments, how would you go about
Oh my
doing that?
God,
What would you
that's like a whole
thoughts?
yap of mine. But I'm gonna one guy you real quick with a couple of doobie donations, and then I'm gonna answer your question. So number one, Doobie wants you to answer What are your criticisms of Judaism, not Zionism? He wants to differentiate. Then he says, does Cards think it would be unfair to say he's less conservative than he is slightly Islamic phobic? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so mean. He says, does Cards think it would be unfair to say he's less of a conservative than he is a slightly Islamophobic hipster with a fetish for popcorn ceilings?
I'm not a conservative.
Does Doobie have beef with you? Does he know you from a different place?
I don't know this person. Okay.
You did something.
No, don't hit me with the questions all at once. I'll approach them one at a time. Okay, so the first question is criticisms of Judaism. My criticisms with Judaism, at least from the outside looking in, is that there are like some scary fucking lines about how like about how humans or like how Jewish people have like an animal soul and a pure soul, and only Goyim
yeah, he
have,
mentioned that the other day, that the Goyim have like an animal soul, not a human. Yeah.
The Goyim don't have a human soul, and also just general like comments about how you can like walk over the Goyim essentially is like I can't pull up the specific passages because I don't have them memorized like I do some Bible verses, but
yeah,
yeah,
I think that's worthy of criticism. Christian Blair says, there's an option that you can choose at any time, Connor, assuming that I'm going to ban Doobie. Why am I going to ban Doobie when, yes, he's interrupting the content, but I can cut the one guys out of the VOD? And then not just that, he basically just paid me $50. Dude, imagine getting paid $50 an hour to talk shit to somebody in chat. That's not a problem. That's a good problem. Okay? I know it's fucking up the flow, but there will be content in between the fucked up flow, and Anonymous Chatter fucked up the flow too. So let me read his chat before we go. So $20, Obama cut the deficit in half, but didn't have a surplus after 8 years. So I guess he half-assed it after the entire housing crash. And Biden had the best global recovery after COVID, but that was anemic, R-slurred econ takes. Okay, well, that's more for me than it is for you. So I'm just going to say, Anonymous Chatter, thank you for the donation. We'll fight about it later. So then stop complaining? No, if I continue to complain about Doobie interrupting the chat, then he's going to keep donating in order to give me the middle finger, and then I make more money. So anyways, let's talk about urban planning real quick. So I think that we have built, and I actually do praise our 20th century forebears for their accomplishment. Building the international highway system, building the suburbs, building the downtown areas, all that kind of stuff. That's all super cool. The problem with it, obviously, is that it's an inefficient system unless gasoline doesn't have externalities, right? So if we had unlimited gasoline, if it didn't burn CO2, if global warming was not a concern, then we could just keep rolling with our society as is. However, because of energy, it does seem like a wildly ineffective system, and therefore I would want to redesign cities in order to do it. So the way that I would redesign urban centers is I would probably make a downtown area with mixed zoning, commercial, and living. Then I would want it to be as walkable, scooterable, bikeable as possible while still being accessible by car. And then I would also want to put large parking garages by the living space. That way, effectively, like, people want the freedom of a car, but if they could walk to their Barnes & Noble or grocery store and buy a book or buy their groceries and then use like a handbag or a cart that they could break down, they probably would walk if it was less than 10 minutes, right? But you need to design specifically for that thing. But what you achieve by doing that is you reduce carbon emission, you reduce car use, you reduce parking issues, you reduce population issues, and all that kind of stuff. So we could design like the city of the future, which would be amazing. And then what I would say for the rural areas, what I would do is I would basically make the urban centers this way. So it's incredibly convenient. I think people call it like living in the box, right? So I would make the most comfortable, well-designed box possible for human beings to live in, but then I would still want suburbia and rural living to be accessible outside of the box. So if you prefer commuting, if you prefer drivable cities, if you prefer the rural environment, you can also do so, but you have like a urban center with this thoughtful design within 30 minutes of you or within an hour of you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think people kind of have an all or nothing approach with it, where they want to say, "Oh, we need everything to be cities. We need everything to be pod living, basically." And I disagree with that notion, but also think that sometimes people get too lost in it and like think
But
that like the suburbs is we.
pod people could live in the pod. So the pod that I would
Yeah,
design
no,
as well is you know like shopping malls, like 1990s shopping malls.
no, I'd love to bring malls back. Like I love those.
But I wouldn't just bring them back. I would bring, and apparently there's a place in Texas that's like this. Basically, it's 4 large condo apartment buildings. In the common area has common spaces like parks, dog parks, community pools, play areas, etc. But also the community space between these 4 large apartment and condo blocks is a shopping center. So effectively, like if you live in those 4 large condos or apartments, you have a walkable downtown area the second that you walk out your front door. And if you want to do public stuff like pools, dog park, or park, you could do that. And if you want to do your shopping at Hot Topic for your goth makeup, you could do that as well, or alternate. And so I think that design would solve a lot of things.
Yeah, it's what it in terms of energy, because I think we are possibly facing down a timeline where oil becomes maybe non-feasible. Like I think that's going to happen sooner or later, especially with like the Iran stuff. What is your preferred energy alternate? Do you like nuclear, or are you one
Yep.
of those people who are kind of scared of it?
Fission until fusion becomes a thing. I don't know why we're not building fission plants right now. Well, actually, I do know. It's because prohibitive costs mixed with prohibitive regulation, mixed with people worried that the second they start building, some new technology is going to come out that revolutionizes everything, and therefore they're going to lose billions of dollars. But I think that's
Yeah.
what the government is for. I think the government is for collectivizing risk and collectivizing reward. So I would basically, if I was dictator right now, I would literally do fission and thorium until fusion shows up. I would have renewable as a supplement. Also, I have a friend who works in the energy industry, and he basically says like quick turn natural gas. So apparently like natural gas has 70% less carbon emissions compared to like coal or gasoline or some shit. I forget. But natural gas, the reason why you want quick turn is for peak hours. So you don't just want fission to provide the peak energy level, because you're going to have this excess of energy that you either need to store or burn off, which has its own consequences. So you would need quick turn natural gas and renewables for the peak operating hours. And then you would just need fission or fusion to handle the non-peak hours. And then, sorry, just because this is complex, because like you said, oil and gas, we might be after oil and gas peak. We're probably still going to need like diesel and oil and gas in order to run commercial machinery into the future. But what we could do is we could try to get as much shit on electric as possible. And I shit you not, I am dead serious when I say this. I would want to mine the asteroid belt for raw earth, for rare earth materials, in order to fuel the energy revolution on Earth.
It'd be cool. I don't really have any disagreements. I would say that you have a good mind that that we kind of need to start moving away from oils and stuff. Like obviously we can't do it entirely or seamlessly or overnight, but to kind of throw in a fun tidbit, do you know the reason that a lot of people are scared of are scared of nuclear energy is because The Simpsons made people think there was like
Oh,
a green toxic goop. I'm not even kidding you. That's like
no, that's
actually
probably
something.
true. I think Chernobyl, the long, it's not Long Island, but it's Dog Island or some there's some northeastern nuclear meltdown that was almost bad, even though it might have killed like one or two people, but it didn't hurt anybody else. And then Fukushima Daiichi. I think that's another reason why people are scared is because obviously Chernobyl was really bad, and Fukushima Daiichi and Long Island or Dog Island or whatever it's called were almost bad. But I think you just like, once again, if I was dictator, I think you just over engineer the shit out of nuclear plants so they're so absurdly safe that even your biggest critics don't have any real complaints.
Yeah. I think even right now a lot of what we have is very I think
3 Mile.
from
Okay.
what I've heard we have a lot of fail safes already. But no. To I kind of
But
wanted to
like
use this.
hurricanes and shit, like hurricanes and earthquakes and all of that. Like so, if we're building fission reactors in California, just whatever like additional architectural steps are necessary to reassure the people of California that even if the big one that literally like throws half of the state into the ocean, even if that were to occur, there wouldn't be a nuclear meltdown because we have so many fail safes with it built into the system. Or in Florida, where we do have hurricanes, I don't think hurricanes are particularly like large threats to nuclear fission facilities, but whatever like redundant processes are necessary to guarantee there's not going to be a meltdown, I would over engineer and subsidize the cost of those additional safety measures just to calm the public down and allow us to build fission.
Yeah. Uh, Sorry to pivot, but I did want to use this point to kind of divot into another topic. What are your are you one of those people? I assume not because you seem like a well-rounded and reasonable guy, but what do you think of all the people like the culture warrior dudes who kind of get upset over like Marvel movies and Star Wars movies having like black characters in them, stuff like that?
I missed my calling. I could have made so much money.
Yeah, you
Um,
could have.
I really could have, and I still could. Weirdly enough, that those places are, or those guys are still weirdly popular in certain segments of the internet. I think it's cringe and lame. I do think that there are real complaints that are worthy of addressing, and I think there's not real complaints worthy of addressing. And I'll give you the perfect example. So I'm a Warhammer 40K guy. I love Warhammer with all my heart. And Space Marine lore for decades has been that it's an all-male service branch. It's teenage boys who are kidnapped when they're teenagers. They're effectively given like a hardcore puberty on top of their puberty, but instead of turning into men, they turn into 8 foot tall demigods of war with lightning fast reflexes, and they're capable of wearing power armor and shooting insane weapons and wielding insane weapons in order to defend galactic humanity. It's amazing lore. And it also aligns with a lot of male interest. It aligns with like male obsession with warfare and tools and technology and the awkwardness of puberty and the obsession with conflict and raging against the dying of the light and dying valiantly. And I understand these are not male exclusive fantasies, but they are male dominated fantasies. And not just that, there are female organizations within this universe that also fulfill the same purpose. Like the Sisters of Battle are just Space Marines, except for they have none aesthetics and they don't have gene seed. And then there's also like the Sisters of Silence, which is another female order. There's female Imperial Guardsmen. There's female knights. I know I might be speaking Latin to you, but I promise I'm going somewhere.
I don't know.
Um,
I don't know anything about 40K, but I understand what you're saying generally.
So I think that there was a social media and giga progressive push in order to make female Space Marines, and it was recently defeated because of all the bitching of the anti-SJWs, and I'm happy it was defeated. But the anti-SJWs go too far, okay? And
Yeah.
this is where I'm going. So I'm happy that Space Marines are remaining an all-male faction, but then part of the argumentation for why there shouldn't be female Space Marines is because Sisters of Battle already exist. Well, a Sisters of Battle cinematic was released recently. I broke it down for my Warhammer channel, and all the people in my comments who are social justice warrior brained are bitching that the main character is black and has an African accent. And this setting is the entirety of the galaxy.
It is.
That's retarded.
Yeah, no, this is a thing, and I think that most reasonable people probably have this perspective. I think that if you're like making like a period piece, or if you're making something with like a specific setting in a specific country at a specific time, you should absolutely try and cast like people who would have been present at that time. And the same goes for like if you have a character whose like race is like inherently tied to their character. I think that you shouldn't change that. But like if it's just like a generic new character or a character that's like race is kind of irrelevant to who they are as a character, I don't think it should be a big issue.
And the complaint doesn't even make sense. Like, I understand that you could say, well, black females are disproportionately not represented in Western media, so they're forcing in a black female character with an accent in order to appease the progressive mob, which could be true. But then in universe, it still makes sense to have a black female because number one, it's a Sisters of Battle character, so it's a female. Number two, the humanity is galactic. They're not stuck to a single planet. Number three, there's a million worlds within the Imperium, so it would make sense that different planets would have different shades of human beings, and that also there would be different regional accents. And regional accents are even addressed in the books, where there's High Gothic and Low Gothic. High Gothic is like Latin. It's like the language that's used by the upper classes in imperial society, whereas Low Gothic is regionalized iterations of High Gothic that have been mutated by their presence on planets. And Low Gothic is different depending on the planets that you are, because there's linguistic idiosyncrasies that have evolved on different planets. And so it's correct in the lore. So the reason why I'm yapping about this so passionately is because I feel like the social justice warriors, anti-social justice warriors, excuse me, they need to pick the correct hills to die on, because when you bitch about black females with accents in space, it doesn't sound like you're worried about being loyal to the lore. It just sounds like you're bitching about black people existing in your video games and movies. And I think that's retarded.
Yeah, kind of to add to this, would you say a lot of these people who do this stuff are tourists? Because from what I've
Yes.
seen, like a lot of the people who do this stuff aren't even like interested in the media, and they just come in to like complain that it's woke or whatever and then leave. Because if you like, it's been exposed multiple times that these people just like literally not know anything of what they're talking about and then say it's woke.
I should still react to this. The Critical Drinker, who's a popular like anti-SJW movie critic or whatever,
I know all about him. I know all about him.
He botched the female Space Marine controversy so bad, it was almost laughable. Like, he didn't even bother reading the wiki. Like, he could have easily, it's like a 10-minute video. He could have easily have Googled the wiki and gotten so many more details correct, but he so clearly did not research a single source that he just threw shit at the wall in the name of anti-social justice, and it was a bad video. It was a fundamentally bad video, to the point that I started questioning all of his other takes because that video was so bad.
I think that from everything that I've seen, he's just kind of like one of those dudes who kind of pumps that stuff out.
Yeah,
And
it seems
he
like
does
he's a
whatever.
slop tuber. He's just generating slop for the masses.
Yeah, he is. He is a slop tuber. I don't know. I don't have much to add to him because I've seen a fair few of his videos, and that's generally the impression I've gotten from him.
Well, Doobie threw another $20 at me to talk shit, so let's do that real quick.
All right.
Doobie says the Wokies have ruined so many franchises in Hollywood and gaming. I'll never forgive them for what they did to my favorite Marvel character. They did Gore the God Butcher so wrong. Okay, I mean that's fair. And then I think the libs need to accept that Gamergate was mostly correct, that they're still clinging to they just wanted representation BS. For sure. And I'm happy that the Giga progressive wave has crashed, but I'm also not losing sleep over black female sisters of battle with funny accents in space. So
Yeah. I think Gamergate is like a I was there. I was young, but I experienced how old do you think I am? Just hearing me talk over the last
24.
how I'm 22, 23 this year.
Okay. Yeah. Sounded about right.
No, but I was there right when Gamergate was happening as like a young person, and I think it was just such a complex web of bullshit that I could not immediately pick it apart right now. A lot of it was dumb bullshit, but
It's
from what I've seen, like the spawnings of it may not have been. I don't know.
I'm okay with because I feel like I'm fairly familiar with the lore. I'm okay with criticizing the perverse incentives within video games journalism where journalists were not disclosing their relationships with video game developers and they were passing on puff pieces as if they were critical reviews because they couldn't critically review the material because they would lose access to future gaming material. I think that's a worthwhile criticism. I also
No,
think
absolutely.
I also think it's a worthwhile criticism to even maybe moderately complain about like absurd woke bullshit. So for instance, there was something within the past couple of years. There was like Dragon Age something of something something something. And it was like a Monster Hunter game that was kind of like Dungeons and Dragons focused. And there was this entire like non-binary side quest. And I think it's okay to make fun of shit like that. However, I think the exact, sorry, I'm going to capture this in a perfect thing. There's I think it's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It might be a different night game, but there's a medieval period piece game where you can romance any character, male or female. And so what the anti-social justice warriors did is they went out of their way to romance a male character, and then they wrote articles about how they were upset that there were gay relationships in the video game. And the developer said, "You are the guys who romanced the male character."
Oh no,
Like,
no, that's so funny. I think that you
they're like,
can,
"You're the
I
ones who
think
did the gay shit. We didn't tell you to do
no,
the gay
literally,
shit. You went out
it's
of your
so
way to do
funny.
the gay shit."
I feel like everything that we've talked about right now, Nick Fuentes is kind of like the poster boy of that, where like they're just not aware that like they're walking into everything that they criticize. Like Nick
Yeah.
Fuentes is like a gay Latino twink who thinks he's like the master race and is hilarious. It is just so absurd.
God does have a deep, deep, deep sense of irony. And I'm really hoping that like 20 to 30 years from now, we're going to look back at this time with the absurdity with which it should have been derided. Because I do think that it's really funny that consistently white nationalist groups are occupied by people with Hispanic last names. And that's just like so, like Elijah Schaefer. Schaefer is a German last name, but his mom is from like Mexico or South America or some shit. And he's just like Nazi posting on the internet for attention. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like white supremacy in the United States. And I understand like there's some bad shit about white supremacy that's going on in the current era. But white supremacy is such a dying ideology in America that we're outsourcing it to Hispanics. And I think that's hysterical.
It's the the big thing that you can kind of quantify with like the modern like MAGA conservative movement is that they are the soy right.
Yeah,
They're incredibly soy, incredibly hard to take seriously. Like they have none of none of the like cool I think it's Hugo Boss like outfits. They don't have
yeah.
anything. It's just like
You know,
you have a
they don't have
soy
fashion, they don't have aesthetics,
great
they don't have music,
bands.
they don't have shit. They have the worst of everything. And that was one of the funny things that Nick Fuentes pointed out recently was he watched the TPUSA halftime show and he was like, this is so bad that if I have to choose between like gay Hispanic dudes kissing and hot Latina chicks twerking and a country guy singing about his like trans kid and his like truck, then Nick Fuentes said that he was going to pick the gay Latino men kissing and the Hispanic women
No.
twerking.
It's so funny how conservatives kind of don't realize that the culture war is like something that's like very complicated, and like the way culture is now is it's very fragmented. There's universally, I'd say no monoculture anymore, unless you live in like a super like ethno centric country like Japan. But like if you live in America, there is no uniculture or monoculture anymore. So what I would kind of like to transition into talking about is that oh my God, sorry, I'm so sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought.
No, that's okay.
Is
I was going to say the national, like, what is the future of the conservative movement? That's where I was going to go.
Yeah,
Um,
no. What do you see the conservative movement going? Because clearly, oh yeah, that's it. That's what I remember is that conservatives are really bad at making culture and art right now. Would you agree with that? Because like
they,
compare like the Daily Wire stuff and like just look at all the junk essentially they pump out like Lady Ballers and fuck, like that Mr. Burcham show, like
yeah,
all
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It's just trash. It's not even good.
Well, yeah, yeah. So for pop culture, I think weirdly enough, they're oftentimes subversions of liberal or progressive stuff, or even sarcastic liberal and progressive art that is meant to malign the right wing accidentally makes it look really cool. So the thing that's actually one of the problems in Warhammer 40K is that it's supposed to be a satire of authoritarianism and right-wing authoritarianism and theocracy and degraded fascistic cultures, but they've made the bad guys so bad in that culture, and they've made the quote unquote good guys, they're not good guys, but they've made the good guys in such an existential conflict that you excuse their authoritarian impulses because they're in such dire straits. And I think
Yeah.
that Starship Troopers, Paul Verhoeven's Starship Troopers, unironically fell into the same problem where you're supposed to be like criticizing the Terran Empire or whatever they're called. But then I don't know about you, but I actually just ended up rooting for them unironically halfway through the film. So,
I think it's a story in two parts because one, yes, it does happen that unfortunately that you end up making like the bad side look cool, and also I think that conservative people do have a struggle with and you might get mad at me for saying
media
this, but they have a struggle.
literacy.
Yeah, I think they
No,
do
no, no.
struggle.
But see that's the thing is like there's absolutely right wingers who struggle with media literacy, and then there's people who are media literate but don't care. So for
Yeah, no,
instance,
those
like
are funny.
Avatar, dude, I get it. The humans are the bad guys. The humans are still way cooler. Like,
Yeah,
so I don't
I
care that I'm
I
supposed to
don't.
be rooting for the
Yeah.
Na'vi. I'm rooting for the corporate colonial marines.
They need to bring Quaritch back like again, but he's like the human guy again, but he like fights his like alien clone or whatever. Like
Yeah.
they need to bring that back. That'd be so stupid, but it'd be
And
so
yeah,
great.
Yes, but all right. So two things that I want to address before we move into where are conservatives going and pop culture. I'll do one more pop culture thing before we do that. But an opportunity. I cannot do this because I am not bisexual and not homosexual, so I cannot be the vanguard of this movement. However, the fascists have a symbol called a fasces, right? Fasces. And it's literally a bundle of sticks with an axe head in it. And fascists, like the e pluribus unum out of many one, that ideology is actually like, or that philosophy is core to fascist philosophy. And since it's a bundle of sticks, and these people are oftentimes homophobic, I think the left wing has done itself an extreme disservice by making the F slur no longer rhetorically viable, because I'm pretty sure if we just called fascist people the F slur every single day, I'm pretty sure the movement as a whole would die.
I agree with you. I think it's so stupid because last night I was literally in fucking Hutch's server and they got mad at me for saying the R word and I had to delete my messages. And I feel upset that I can't say retarded anymore. It
what's so
irritates the
funny
fuck out of me because I have a very dated dialectic, I will say.
No, that's that's perfect. We're probably kindred spirits in that regard. There was a TikTok that got released probably in the past 2 years after maybe when Trump won, and it was like, white men, we need you back. And it's like a white guy in the woods, like chopping woods. It's like the Captain America Hawkeye scene where they're trying to recruit him for a mission that he doesn't want to do. And and so he's like, okay, I'll come back, but I want to be able to say slurs.
No.
Unironically, that you would get a lot of white men back if you let them be mildly sexist, mildly homophobic, mildly racist. Not toxic racist, toxic sexist, toxic homophobic.
I understand what you mean.
But like fun.
I'm in this kind of spot where again I'm incredibly progressive, but I also like to make George Floyd and Charlie Kirk jokes
yes.
on the same breath. But so it's like it's always in a weird spot where like I would say like absolutely edgy shit, but I mean none of it, and it feels like there's kind of no space in that for progressivism right now.
The irreverence is only accepted some of the time, which is frustrating. And then the other time people freak out on you. So you kind of have to at some point you just have to say, okay, you can freak out, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna spend any emotional energy trying to coddle you.
No.
But Doobie, before I go into pop culture and where the conservatives going. So Doobie with another 10, extremely important question for Connor. Thoughts on the Space Marines in the Dawn of War trailer having hideous emo haircut? So I'm going to appeal to the fact that Cyrus, I think that's the character's name, he's had that hideous haircut since the 2000s. So I think I'm just going to let him rock it. And the truth is, like, I'm emo a little bit. I think the reason why I don't like it is because your hair, if you're engaged in combat, number one, it shouldn't be long enough that somebody can grab it and yank your head around. That's one problem. The second problem is if it's covering one of your eyes, you use your eyes to see in combat. So it being that long is cringe. But I'm going to appeal to tradition and say that Cyrus has always been like that. And thank you for the super chats, Doobie, despite me talking smack about you interrupting the flow of the conversation. Okay. Where are conservatives going? I'm going to tell you where they're going to try to go. Okay. Where they're trying to go with JD Vance, and it seems like Marco Rubio is rhetorically stealing some of JD Vance's talking points, is national conservatism. And national conservatism is going to be a little bit racist, but people are going to draw lines at different places. And so with JD Vance, I think that if you look at his rhetoric, it's going to be Northern European Christians who are going to be the in-group for the tribe of Americans. But then also anybody who either doesn't hear the dog whistles or hears the dog whistles and don't care. If you're like an Indian guy, but you vote Republican, or you're a Hispanic guy and you vote Republican, you're probably going to be part of the in-group, not because you're truly part of the national conservative Northern European Christian element that J.D. Vance wants to promote. It's probably just because if you're useful to their movement, then they're going to tolerate you. So I don't think they're going to be explicitly hostile to Hispanic U.S. citizens, but they're still going to be explicitly hostile, probably to Muslims mostly. Muslims, maybe Jews, but a lot of them are Zionists, which is deeply ironic. And then they're also going to be hostile to criminal black folk, but not black folk that vote Republican and work and pay their taxes. They'll still be racist, but they're not going to hate those people. And then same thing with Hispanics. If you're a citizen and you pay your bills and you're not a criminal, they'll probably tolerate you. But if you're an illegal immigrant, if you're a recent immigrant who's critical of the United States, if you're a criminal in any way whatsoever, you're part of the outgroup. You're an enemy. And so that'll be J.D. Vance's shtick. And then I think Marco Rubio, weirdly enough, because I think it's going to be between J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio for the primaries next year, unless we have like an unknown Republican who just blows up the scene like Obama did. I think Marco Rubio will be more inclusive than J.D. Vance. Because I don't think Marco Rubio is a believer in national conservatism. I think he's adopting its aesthetics for political expediency.
Yeah, I understand because they are truly like the only really two people kind of in the running for the successor. I just wonder how I don't know if the MAGA movement can move on from the personality-based politics.
They
is
might
the
not,
thing.
which would be great, by the way. It would be great if Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance try to ape Donald Trump, and then a center-left, white, Christian-coded, married, heterosexual man with kids ran as a Democrat, as a moderate Democrat, and then if he strangled the MAGA movement and Donald Trump in the crib, that would be fantastic for American politics.
I think it would be too.
Because we could
yeah,
reset. We could reset the Republican Party.
I think that and this is maybe an issue where we have contention on. Do you think that there should be prosecutions for how the Trump cabinet is handling America right now? Because I think in an ideal world there absolutely should be. Like it is really really bad how the country is being ran and like throttled around right now. But I don't know what's the easy path to getting those prosecutions is the thing. Maybe you
Exactly.
disagree.
So I have a yes, but answer to this. So on principle, Donald Trump selling the office to foreign nations for crypto investments should be investigated and criminally prosecuted. His kids enriching themselves off of the public office and Melania enriching themselves off the public office. If there's any FARA violations, foreign agency registry, whatever violations, if there's any like public bribery laws that can be enforced, then we should enforce them. But what the second thing you said is my problem. So I think that Donald Trump, on his way out of office, he's either going to self-pardon and pardon his entire family and his cronies, or he's going to step down and have J.D. Vance do it. And I think that they're going to cite the Biden pardon as the reason why they're doing it, and the idiots are going to fall for it, right? And so, so once you get to the pardon, that's kind of where the question remains unanswered. Steven says, well, the Trump administration and his cronies have ignored the courts, so let's ignore the courts and try to prosecute them anyways. And then Soy Pill said, and this really frustrates the shit out of me, if we prosecute them extrajudicially, ignoring the pardons, and Donald Trump gets away with all of his crimes, maybe we should just kill him. Like some random person should just take one for the team and either like take capital punishment or go to prison, but they should assassinate Donald Trump as karmic balance for his sins. And for me, that's inviting civil war, and I think it's dumb as fuck.
Yeah, that's actually kind of an interesting topic we could dabble on. I don't know how much time I have left. But no, I think uh I don't think it would be fair to say the country is teetering on civil war, but I feel like some of the things that would need to happen to get the country on track would potentially veer near there, and that's what kind of scares me.
I think it's going to be the Irish Troubles. So, for people who are unfamiliar, in the 1980s, the Irish Republican Army was doing asymmetric warfare attacks against the British government and also doing terrorist attacks against politicians. And then there were Protestant militias in Northern Ireland that would in turn do vigilante attacks against IRA members and random Catholic civilians. And that's what I think it would be. I don't think we would have armed, uniformed, delineated forces that actually like fight each other in the streets of America. I think it would be random terrorist organization cells, probably even lone wolves mostly. But there might be like a few terrorist cells, and they would do either civilian massacres or political assassinations, and then like tit for tat vigilante violence. But I don't think the federal government is going to collapse, and I don't think there's going to be an armed, uniform civil war.
Yeah, I think I would generally agree. If you were to see political tensions in this country continue to rise, I've heard some more dissonant voices, and I've almost like thought about it myself, even though it's like completely irrational and would never work. How do you feel about America having a sort of a split, like
Oh, the
because it
national
feels like,
divorce?
yeah, how do you feel
Nah.
about it?
Nah, I
Because
think
I
that's
feel like
cringe. I think it's
I
super
I think
cringe.
I think it's cringe and unrealistic, but I feel like we're kind of, at least right now, in a kind of world that feels like it's really hard to find the gap between the realities that like MAGA Republicans versus like everyone else lives in. Like it feels like there's just two different realities, and I wonder how you would try and square them right now.
I think we've already squared it through the state system. And I think we would just need a reinforcement of the state system. So right now we have freedom of travel, freedom of movement, freedom of commerce across 50 states. And realistically, there's going to be state. I mean, I think Florida is red now, but it used to be purple. And there's definitely purple and blue elements of Florida. And then I think there's like deep red states. And then I think there's purple states. And then I think there's blue states. And I think that, so for instance, as fucked up as it might be for abortion to get repealed, that was truly one of the unifying social conservative missions. And I think the best that they could have ever gotten is a Roe versus Wade repeal with legislation passed at the state level. So I think if Democrats are like truly horrified by abortion restrictions in red states, they need to go to those states and make a political argument to the population about why the legislation should change. They shouldn't be trying to like reinstitute a legislative Roe versus Wade, you know?
Part of me agrees, because I think that Democrats have had a huge problem with just kind of throwing their hands up in the air in areas where they could try and win. Like they said, "Fuck it, we're not gonna bother here, we're not gonna bother there." But at the same time, I feel like abortion, and maybe you disagree, is like one of those issues that it kind of scares me a little bit. That's still a discussion. Like I think that there's like even gray areas where I'm like, oh, I don't know how I morally
I might have lost you. I
think
heard morally.
no, well, I mean, morals do influence our laws to an extent, right? Or
Yeah. No,
did you mean
moral
like I was
moral in my mind is just the analysis of good and bad. So for me, almost everything is like a potential moral argument because you're analyzing what's good and what's bad.
yeah.
Yeah. So, well,
So
I don't know if it's breaking up or whatever, but what I would say is like, okay, so let me ask you this question as a 22-year-old young man. If you were
yeah.
to set, because I think that once a fetus is viable, it's akin to infanticide. If there is a fetus over 22 weeks, it doesn't have any developmental disorders, and even if you were to literally hack it out of the womb of the woman, it would still survive. I think that has personhood and should be defended, and killing it is akin to homicide or infanticide. And infanticide, in my opinion, is one of like the most evil fucking things you could ever do.
22
So
weeks
I
is
guess
like
my
7 months in, right? Or I
22 weeks divide by 4, it would be like 5.5, 6 months in.
I I morally, at least morally speaking, think that that's too late. And I would probably hope that again
Well, my
abortion
line
is
is
a
like 18. I was just going there as a starting point. My line would be 18 weeks, which is like extreme development of the central nervous system and the development for the capacity of pain.
hmm I don't disagree with you. I'm trying to think. Is that I think abortion law and I think in an ideal world we should have it to where uh well, this is the kind of thing that I think a lot of issues have, but specifically to abortion, I think that we should make it to where if someone wants to have an abortion, ideally they would be able to get knowledge of that pregnancy before those 18 weeks, right?
Of course. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
tell that you're pregnant within 30 days. However, a lot of women will say oftentimes they did not know they were pregnant until like 6 weeks to 10 weeks, just because they didn't have symptoms.
I in an ideal world, completely like idealistic here. I would like it to where we would have a world where it would you would not ever really see anyone like get to that point and then try to have an abortion. You would catch the pregnancy early on. So I guess that's where I kind of get hung up on and kind of say, okay, we need to just have abortion be how it is because it's because we don't live in a perfect world, is the thing.
No, I mean I'm with you there. I just think that unfortunately what's happened in the schism, in the blue red schism, is I think that the Democrats whiplashed in one direction way too hard, and the Republicans whiplashed in a different direction way too hard. So, for instance, I think in Florida and Texas, the I think we have like 6-week abortion laws. So effectively, like once you get past 6 weeks, which is oftentimes when people are even finding out that they're pregnant, unless you have like an extreme exception like rape or horrific health issue for the mother or the child, you have to continue on with the pregnancy. And also there's been issues where emergency rooms have said, oh, you're not in enough danger yet in order to warrant an abortion. So you need to wait until you get more sick from potentially like sepsis, from like a miscarriage. You almost need to be in septic shock before we can perform an abortion. And some women have died that way. So that's
Yeah,
obviously way too fucking far. But then I do think that the Colorado and California laws, where it's like you can effectively do a voluntary abortion up to delivery. I know that the chances of somebody doing an abortion of a viable fetus late in pregnancy is exceedingly statistically rare, but that's like it's a moral thing, not a statistical thing for me. Right?
yeah,
Like
I
if you
understand
ask
that.
me how many people should be raped in the United States every single year, the answer is going to be 0, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Again, I
infanticide
think
is the same way to me. Aborting a viable fetus after 18 weeks, that should just be like blanket banned.
I Again, it's a line between like ideal worlds versus the worlds we live in, I think. Because again, if we were in a ideal scenario, in an ideal world where like American healthcare and access to it was perfect, and you could have like a woman who has sex and could be able to go and know if she's pregnant like a week after, and then decide to have the abortion there or not, I think I would be fine with the ban there because like obviously you had access to all these things and
Hmm.
you chose to get an abortion that late. That would be bad. But I don't think we live in that perfect world, so that's why I am more lenient when it comes to my takes on abortion.
Well, if you're struggling with the topic, I mean, we as a nation, as a
Sorry,
country,
I have a phone call. One moment here.
sure,
I'm so sorry. Just
no
give me
problem.
like 2 seconds.
I'll yap. I'm gonna thank everybody who donated. Doobie came in to throw elbows late in stream, and he just chipped the shit out of today's stream. Basically, every time I read Doobie, imagine $10 going into my checking account. Realistically, YouTube takes a 30%, so imagine $7 going into my account. Doobie Doobie Doobie, ET Doobie, anonymous chatter with the 20, Doobie 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 Doobie, anonymous chatter, Doobie Doobie. Okay. So every time I said the word doobie, just imagine $7 going into my account. Then it looks like grassroots. Thank you for the oil today, King. And then sorry, I'm just thanking the super chatters real quick.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
Samson, grassroots, Sacred Snow. Thank you for the oil, by the way, today, King. Thank you for the $50. I really do appreciate it. Hedonic Samuel, grassroots, fell runner, anonymous, fell runner, grassroots. Thank you, kings and queens. You have made today amazing. All right, sorry, you're back.
Um, I think we have a general understanding on this topic. Is there any questions you had for me and my worldview, or any like curiosities you've kind of had over this
Well, yeah,
conversation? Because
my curiosity is, are you going to be a cogger? Okay, so the
what
community
does
of
that
grill
mean?
hottest. That's my community, and the grill hottest. The grill is symbolic of normalcy. Jihadism is it's symbolic of extremity. So we're extreme about trying to be normal, and we fail.
Uh,
We fail all the time.
well,
But sorry, go ahead.
I'm a trans person, so depending on how you see it, I might be abnormal. But
Well,
you
yeah,
know.
but the gender identity thing, for me, what are you non-binary? What's your trans identity?
Uh, I'm in a weird spot right now because of how like things are socially, where uh I am physically transitioning to be a woman, but generally I don't present as one IRL yet, both because of fear and also I'm not comfortable with it yet. And
Hmm.
online, I don't really get too upset if people misgender me or whatever. So it's like no big deal generally.
Can I ask you? Do you just because that's another topic that maybe we could discuss, even if
Yeah.
unless it's too sensitive.
No, no.
The do you have persistent gender dysphoria?
Yes, I would say I hate my body. I hate looking at it so much that it like completely is like debilitating. Like I can't even stand to look at my body like half the time. It is that bad.
Okay. And then and then you're an adult too. So
Yeah.
the thing what I would say is 70% of my community are center left liberals, and most of them are pretty trans friendly. And then I would say that most of my right wingers are conservatarians. So they're libertarians. So while there might be a passionate fight about teenage transition, I think the maybe I'm speaking for them too much, but I think the general consensus is like adults. If you have a medical issue that you need to address through treatment with your therapist and your doctor, that's your fucking business as like a free adult in a free society. So I think that's more the kind of people that I attract in reference to the trans issue. And then
I can give my opinion on like trans like younger people like trans teens and all that real quick if you don't mind, just
yeah,
so
please go
just
ahead.
yeah. I have a bit of nuance on it. I think that obviously like physical medical intervention should like not not be a thing generally. Like maybe, and I think a lot of my opinion on this is kind of, I don't want to say up in the air, but it kind of depends on how research is right now. And there's not a whole lot of research on the topic, so I kind of feel shaky about giving too much thought on it. But I think in terms of like allowing a kid to like socially transition, like if they prefer a different name or they prefer a different pronouns, you could let them like try that in the same way that like, oh, you let them have an imaginary friend. And if that like persists throughout their life, then like maybe you can medically follow up on that later. Like I would say that's reasonable, right? Unless you
No.
disagree.
I do agree that's reasonable. I think the frustration, because I talked to a lot of trans people, especially during the peak of discourse from like 2019 to 2022. I think the advocates for teenage transition oftentimes are born male, and their frustration is that male puberty can be so powerful in giving you.
It destroyed me. So yeah, I know that personally.
Yeah, like
It made me way too tall.
male secondary sex characteristics are tougher to overcome with estrogen later in life than I think that stereotypically, being stereotypical, then female secondary sex characteristics are able to be overcome with testosterone. Like there are adult females who have just done like a shitload of testosterone, and they're dudes, right? They look like
Yeah,
dudes. They got
yeah,
muscles, they got hair, they got a beard. They might have a vagina, but they're dudes. And then I think the challenge that I was articulating was just that if you go through the male puberty and then you transition later in life, if your male puberty or your masculine puberty was particularly tough, then like, broad shoulders, narrow hips, hairy body, like all that kind of stuff, that can be like super tough to overcome with surgery and hormones unless you have a shitload of cash.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's tough. So yeah, so I'm sympathetic in that degree. However, I think I'm with you in that you stated that like it's such a fraught, unresearched portion of social development at this point, that saying you don't know might be better. That at least
Yeah,
I'm saying that. I'm saying that. I'm
going
saying that
going off of what I've seen now, at least, it seems that at the very least, social transition helps younger people from like the few like statistics I've seen that have been done. And in like just quote unquote, and again, I don't like appealing to this, like common sense, like letting a kid like explore themselves in like a healthy way that like isn't influenced by like an outside force. Like if they just come to this stuff like naturally, like I think that you should try to not push them one way or another about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that lines up with like liberal and libertarian views on the topic, and that's kind of where I've ended up too, just because I don't think there's enough research, particularly into persistent gender dysphoria amongst teenagers and whether or not transition is the best course of action during teenagehood. So I think that most conservatives or conservatarians or liberals, they're comfortable with saying once you're an adult, do your thing. And then I think the teenage thing is kind of like a frontier that we're just going to have to fight out over ensuing
I
decades.
I think that again, like I generally my worldview is leave things up to the experts. Like that's how I tend to prescribe everything. I feel like again, like that's the issue with I have running into conservatives when it comes to like social issues is that they almost don't care about that. They'll say like and
No,
this is
God
a
said so.
frustration that I no, that I see from like even people like Nick Fuentes, where it's like everything's fake, everything's gay, you can't believe anything, and that's like the kind of like thought pattern that's persisted in the conservative movement, at
It
least the
is.
MAGA
It
movement.
is.
It's like
It's
very
actually
hard to overcome.
really. It's really sad to me that there was an element of the right that were, because it was like an elitist culture that was like, no, 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 no. we trust doctors, we trust engineers, we trust vaccines. What makes America great is our technological innovation in aerospace and medical technology and this. And they could actually list off like some of our greatest accomplishments in the 20th century, and they were proud of them. And so watching the MAGA populist movement become like hostile to technology, innovation, medical advances, vaccines, like all that shit, it's actually been quite a bad fall from grace, and it's been one of the most disappointing developments of the past few decades.
Yeah, no, that's the thing that I guess kind of frustrates me with the broader conservative. And again, I feel like this is a ton of conservatives right now. Is the frustrating thing is that they're like anti-reality, it feels like. And I think some
Anti-reality
of
as
that,
long as your perceived reality lines up with their worldview. So like so for instance,
yeah.
like gay, so I had this debate with this guy, and he said that homosexuality doesn't exist. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, oh yeah, everybody who's gay was sexually abused as a child, and or has been socially pressured into being gay. And I was like, that doesn't like, number one, that doesn't correlate with reality at all. But then number two, we have like examples of like institutional homosexuality. And I brought up the fact that like in prison, there are tons of dudes who identify as straight but engage in homosexual sex acts because they know they're going to be in prison for decades, and the only sexual access they have is with males, so they engage in homosexual sex acts. And so instead of debating whether or not like institutional homosexuality exists, which it does, but instead of debating like how that's a flaw in his argument, he basically just said, oh, you think that you can be institutionally influenced into being gay? You must be
Oh
gay.
my
And that was the
Oh,
debate. The debate was him just calling me
that
gay for 2 hours.
that's bleak. No, dude, it's like so shocking that like again, like speaking from personal like preference here, like I had no influence on being trans. It was literally like almost like a switch flipped one day where I realized that like physically my body was going in a direction that made me like hate it, that made me want to like crawl out of my skin. And the same way with me, I'm attracted to both. I don't really have like a strong, I have a preference towards men, but like it's like, so again, another thing that just like happened. It wasn't influenced by anyone. And it's like kind of silly to like think that like even stuff like this, like homosexuality, which does present in some animals as like something unnatural. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah, like homosexual
ridiculous.
dolphins and penguins and shit. And it's like, but that doesn't just happen in zoos. That happens in the wild too. And it's like, I'm pretty sure. So this is my theory. I'm going to give you my gay theory.
Yeah.
My gay theory is that in vitro, I'm pretty sure that we all start out as like female, right? And then
Yeah.
through the gestational process, we are bombarded with hormones that actually do flip genetic markers in our body for the way that we're going to function. And I'm pretty sure that probably with gender dysphoria, but also with homosexuality, there are probably some flips within the hormone bath because like genetic coding is like a variant of like several subvariables. I forget what it is. It's like ATGC or
Yeah.
whatever. But the point is that like some of those flips or some of those switches, they either don't flip at all when they're supposed to, or they partially flip. And then there's a portion of it that is probably environmental as well, but who's to say what portion of it is environmental and what portion of it is genetic? And so as a result, if we have like pre-Christian societies, if we have documentation of bisexuality being a common thing in both like Greek and Roman society, if we have homosexuality historically documented throughout society, stretching back millennia, if we have like gender non-conforming people in various societies being treated various ways, then I think that just conceding like, there's probably a partial genetic component, there's probably a partial environmental component, they're still human, don't treat them like shit. That should be a simple position to adopt. But because sorry, I'll wrap, but basically because the religious books say, like Paul in the Bible says, no, homosexuality is gross and icky, that we base our entire disposition towards homosexuality based off of that.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Again, like that's maybe not today, obviously, but maybe we could
Yeah, let's talk
go
about the
over
gays
my
and the transes one day.
yeah, no, my my one of my more contentious opinions is that I think religion kind of leads people to all sorts of like irrationalities, and maybe that could be a whole conversation for another time, since I do have to wrap soon myself.
Yeah,
Do you have
no,
any other
that's a great
questions for
topic
me?
too, and I would love to have it. I'm like an Evo psych guy, where I think that religion is it's how we communicate morals across time, but
Yeah.
literalism, where we treat, and by the way, like I'm sure that there were even people who were a part of that day, like the, Abraham talking to a burning bush or whatever, or Moses talking to a burning bush. They probably literally believed that. But I think that as modern people, we can kind of understand that some of these are historical analyses of the Jewish people, and some of these are myths. And sometimes the myths are mixed in with the history. And we should use our reason to differentiate, like, what's a metaphorical parallel? What's a actual historical event? What's the hyperbole or mythology that's rooted in this historical event? And as modern people, we should try to figure that out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to wrap it here, but the
No, it's fine.
conversation's been great. It went a lot more civilly than I thought it would, and I think we covered a lot of great ground. If you ever are interested in having another discussion, I'd be more than glad to.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to be more accessible to the community. Basically, I'm going through a transition at home where my schedule is changing work wise. The wife's work is changing. My work is changing. The way that we're watching our kids is changing. So I'm trying to be more flexible, but realistically, in the next month or two, I actually should have more flexibility. So yes, I loved it. It was fun, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Of course. Have a great day.
All right, bye bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies, actually, but I have a wild day ahead of me. I need to go full camera. I need to read Doobie's last two super chats. I need to thank my financial and viewership supporters. I need to address anything that's been said in chat, and then I need to dip because I'm taking my son to see the movie Hoppers tonight. And so we need to coordinate some after school stuff, and we need to get ready for the movie, and we need to get ready for tonight. So we got to do shit. So Shapingro says, Connor, you got to do your super chat read off over 90s hip hop beats. Doobie 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 doobie. True. We have trans coggers. Welcome aboard. True. Nameless Henchman says, Foz, you on the Discord buzz. Fasimo says, I don't do Discord. Doobie with the 10 says, adjusting my label, slightly Islamophobic trans hipster with a fetish for popcorn ceilings and asbestos. You're on the wrong side, comrade. Reject the vulture class. The dawn is red. Join us. God, that sounds like some commie LARPing. Doobie for another 10 says, one of the biggest issues with the trans thing has been that the norm amongst therapists has been gender affirming care. So rather than trying to help people out of these thoughts, they reinforce them. Well, and I think that it's going to be different strokes for different folks. I think if you have persistent gender dysphoria that can be alleviated through social transition and surgery, then that might be the best course of action for some individuals. But there also might be some people, and I know this is controversial to say in the gender affirming care spaces, but there might be some people who gender affirming in the opposite direction. We should evaluate whether or not that has any help. So for instance, let's say that you're uncomfortable as a male, but what you hate about your body is that you're like weak and you're frail and you don't have enough hair and you don't have this and you don't have that or whatever. Well, who's to say that going on estrogen and growing out your hair, becoming more femme and putting on lotion is going to be the way that you should go? Maybe you need a testosterone supplement. Maybe you need to engage in sports. Maybe you need therapy. But that's where I don't trust myself to make that judgment. I think that like doctors and psychotherapists and psychiatrists need to study the phenomena of persistent gender dysphoria, and they need to figure it out, because I ain't figuring it. I'm pretty smart, but I ain't that smart, I'll tell you that. So Airborne Kite says, I think all fetuses start out as female shaped more so than biologically female. I don't know. I just say shit on the internet, and sometimes I'm right, and a healthy chunk of the time I'm wrong. Horse God says, most conservatives are so insecure about their sexual identity that even admitting another man is more attractive than themselves is seen as capitulation to self-describing homosexuality. Right, and I have no problems admitting that Henry Cavill is a substantially physically beautiful human being. And if he asked me to marry him and play Warhammer, I don't even know if I'm into gay sex. Like, I'm probably not into gay sex, but I think I would have to say yes. Just like on principle, because he's so physically beautiful and he's a Warhammer nerd. Doobie says, rather than trying to help you accept the depression. Oh, if you go to the therapist with depression, they should try to figure out how to make you not depressed instead of helping you be depressed. Okay. I mean, I get it, but that's where persistent gender dysphoria, I think there's going to be some persistent gender dysphoria that you can treat with therapy and drugs, and I think there's some gender dysphoria that's going to persist in spite of therapy and drugs, and transition might be the proper move. And I don't know. Once again, I don't know. I'm just taking guesses. I'm just an almost 40-year-old, mildly intelligent dumbass with a camera and a microphone and the opportunity to talk shit online for money. So, Chapingro says, chips for the cog, praise the fence. Thank you, Chapingro. I hope you, Chapingro in particular, I hope you enjoyed today's content, especially because I think that you were hanging out in Tallybots and K's chat, morally neutral, when we were doing a debate or something. So if we're spreading out the cog where we're engaging with Kalinda and we're engaging with K and Tallybots and, cards, and I'm trying to think of who else. But basically, like, I feel like we're expanding the centristy coalition. And I do think that, weirdly enough, Hutch and Lonerbox, while they're still obviously liberals and progressive, they still have good community inroads. So yeah. Doobie says, yes, I'm saying he should have been taught how to love being a dude. Sure, but that's not necessarily going to work for everybody, right? Cavill is 6'1", which means he's catching. Based. That works. Doobie for 10 says, it's not necessarily gay to have sex with men. Look up why straight rural men have gay sex. It's an article from The Cut. No porn, I swear. I'd rather kill myself. Because I saw that article, I saw it got snapshot, and I saw it got spread over Twitter virally. And if it's just an appeal to environmental or institutional homosexuality, I already concede that that's a thing. That dudes get bored and then they do funky shit. You know? That's obviously a thing. But thank you for the chat, Doobie, and I invite all of my chat to go check that out. So let me thank everybody real quick before I go. Doobie, every time I say the word Doobie, imagine $7 going into my account, okay? So Doobie, Shapingro, Doobie, 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 E.T., Doobie, Anonymous Chatter, Doobie, 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 Anonymous Chatter, Doobie, Doobie. That's a lot of doobies. Grassroots Hegemon with the 5, Grassroots with the 50, thank you for the Oil King. Samson with the 5, Grassroots with the 10, Grassroots with the 10, Sacred Snow with the 50, thank you for the Oil King, I do appreciate you. Hedonic Samuel with the 2, Grassroots with the 20, Fellrunner with a renewed membership, Anonymous Chatter with the 5, Fellrunner with the 5, Grassroots with the 20, Grassroots with the 50, Grassroots with the 20. Thank you, kings and queens. I could not do this without you. I deeply, deeply, deeply appreciate your viewership and your financial support, and I hope you had a good time. I hope you had a good time today. Like, legitimately, Cards was an excellent interlocutor, as was Kalinda. I was worried that Kalinda and I might have awkward chemistry, but the truth is that we're both history autists. And so our history autists quickly dominated the conversation, and it was a blast. So I hope you had fun as well. Figure out how to raid Kalinda. Not today, but in general, yes. Kalinda and I can be friends, online friends, and I'll figure out how to grow our communities together. So, yeah, so everybody go to Kalinda. Fellrunner is correctly calling out that Kalinda is live. So when I end, if you enjoy my conversation with Kalinda, please go over to Kalinda. And Fellrunner just linked it in chat. Overlord Connor is expanding his central domain to other planets and moons. Trying to. All right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I parasocially love you. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you have a beautiful day. I will see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Bye for now.